Chapter 315. When Ning Shu sat down, Xiao Zhangping glared at her angrily. He looked like he wanted to pull her away from Xiao Qing. Fortunately, the waiter served the dishes in time. Other than a few signature dishes, the rest of the dishes were filled with vegetables, dried fruits, and preserved meat. Ning Shu didn't have the appetite to eat meat at this late hour, so she only picked a few side dishes and ate casually. Opposite her, Tan Siwei raised his head and stole a glance at her. He said, "Miss Ning." As soon as he opened his mouth, Tan Xixian laughed and joked, "Brother, you're already engaged to Lady Ning. Don't you think it's a bit strange to call her that?" Tan Siwei's face turned red. He summoned his courage and said, "Shu, Just those two words made him sweat profusely. His ears were red as he brought the white porcelain cup that the waiter had just brought over to Ning Shu. "I see that you haven't moved your chopsticks much. Are you sick of the fish? Why don't you try this cheese? I specifically asked the boss just now, and the boss said that it's hot and stuffy in summer, and this cheese is the most popular. After it was made, it has been kept in ice, and there's also fresh mint juice in it. It's cold and smooth, and the texture is very good. I think you'll like it." Before the cheese entered her mouth, Ning Shu already felt a chill in her heart. The cold air around the big Buddha next to her was enough to freeze her into a block of ice. Ning Shu quickly braced herself and said, "Haha, there's no need. I'm not hot. I was born with a cold body, so I'm very cool. Xiao Qing, you can have it yourself." Tan Siwei didn't doubt her and said warmly, "If that's the case, then I'll order someone to prepare a bowl of glutinous rice balls for you. I heard from Auntie that you like it very much. Waiter, please give me a bowl of glutinous rice balls with more preserved fruit. It must be hot." "Okay." Before Ning Shu could stop him, the enthusiastic waiter had already rushed to the kitchen. After a while, a steaming hot glutinous rice ball was placed in front of Ning Shu. The corner of her mouth twitched. Under Tan Siwei's eager gaze, she stiffly picked up the spoon and took a bite. Tan Siwei asked, "How does it taste?" On such a hot and humid day, she ran back and forth between the east and west of the city, crawled in and out of the secret passage, and now had to eat scalding tangyuan. Ning Shu smiled happily. "It's not bad." At the side, Xiao Qing's voice was ice cold. He smiled like a cold jade and said, "It's good," and he even put more preserved fruits. "Naturally, the taste will be excellent. Since it's not bad, let's eat it all." Ning Shu felt as if there were daggers on her back, as if she had eaten coptis. Looking at the big bowl of hot tangyuan in front of her, she hated that if she had known this would happen, she would have taken the crispy cheese from the beginning. Tan Siwei took it as a compliment and lowered his head shyly. Xue Qiongwei snorted and rolled her eyes. She put the bowl of crispy cheese in front of her and muttered, "Pretentious." Tan Siwei hurriedly apologized on her behalf, and then reprimanded her in a low voice, "Qiongwei, how can you be so rude in front of so many distinguished guests? You're not like this at home. Hurry up and apologize. You only love me at home. Of course, it's different. I'm not going to apologize." Qiongwei. Taking advantage of the quarrel, Ning Shu quickly picked out a dish that suited Xiao Qing's taste. She put some in a small bowl in front of Xiao Qing and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, this dish of seasonal vegetables is more refreshing and palatable. Would you like to try it?" Not to be outdone, Xiao Zhangping said, "I think this dish is more nourishing. It won't harm the body even if it's used for supper. It's more suitable for Xiao Shizi. Your Highness, please try it." 2 bowls were placed in front of Xiao Qing at the same time. Ning Shu looked at his pale thin lips expectantly. She saw his thin lips move, and he said to Xiao Zhangping, "Thank you, princess." His voice was like a cool breeze blowing on the morning moon, calm and gentle. Xiao Zhangping's cheeks were flushed, like a peony flower that had worked hard to bloom and was finally appreciated by her sweetheart. Her almond-like eyes were sparkling, and all that could be seen in them was Xiao Qing's figure. One was the favored daughter of the heavens, the other was the Shitzi of a Wang Fu that could shake the world. Looking at the pleasing interaction between the two, Ningxu awkwardly brought back the bowl of unwelcome seasonal vegetables. She chewed 2 mouthfuls tastelessly and suddenly tasted bitterness. She frowned and chewed a few times before finally swallowing it. Chapter 316. It was just a simple supper, but it turned into a mess. Even Tan Xixian, who was good at dealing with people, had a headache. "So," he asked casually, "brother, how is the investigation going? Have you found any clues?" Tan Siwei gave up on lecturing his cousin and replied, "You can say that we found some superficial information. We found a secret passage in Xuanfang Station. Last night, the murderer probably used that secret passage to sneak into Xuanfang Station to commit the crime and then escaped." Tan Xixian was shocked. "There is a secret passage in the Fang platform. We didn't know about it, and the procuress dared to hide it from us. If I had known there was such a big loophole, I would have persuaded the envoy to change the banquet to another place. But now it's too late to say anything. Brother, such a cunning person must be punished after the case is solved." Tan Siwei nodded. "The punishment will be judged according to the law. But she is now writing a list of people who may know about the secret passage under the supervision of the bailiff. I believe it will be out soon." Ningxu looked at Tan Xixian. "Young master, are you interested in the case?" Tan Xixian sighed. "I have made friends with the envoy. Although we can't do business, I still hope that he won't die without knowing the reason." Ningxu nodded in understanding. Xue Qiongwei suddenly lowered her head and let out a cold laugh of unknown meaning. But that laugh was very low, and only Ningxu, who was sitting opposite her, could sense a wisp of illusory intent flashing through her lowered eyes. It was like a stone at the bottom of a pool that looked so clear that one could reach out and touch it, but was actually so far away. Tan Xixian frowned and looked at Xue Qiongwei. In the end, he let her be. There was a sound of knocking on the stairs. Someone hurried upstairs. It was Hui Mo. He was sweating and came in with a stack of paper. "Lady Ning, the procuress has finished writing the list." I was next to her with a knife and stared at her writing. She was scared to death. I threatened her several times that if she dared to miss anyone, would cut her head off. She cried and swore that she would never lie again. So, the list should be complete, but... When Hui Mo was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped as if he was constipated. He looked at one of the people in the room with a conflicted expression. It was as if he had encountered a huge problem. The problem was so big that he couldn't believe it. Seeing this, Ningxu took the list from Hui Mo and scanned it from top to bottom. Finally, she found the reason why Hui Mo was so shocked at the end of the last page. Because clearly written on it was a name that should never have appeared here, Tan Siwei. When he saw his own name, Tan Siwei was also shocked. What is going on? I don't know. He looked confused and didn't seem to be faking it. Hui Mo and Ningxu looked at each other and frowned. I asked the procuress. She said that slandering the courtiers is a big crime. She wouldn't dare to write anything even if she had 10 times the courage, so, Tan Xixian's face was as tense as a string. She held Tan Siwei's hand and said, Siwei, think about it carefully. Don't cause any unnecessary misunderstanding. Tan Siwei also knew the seriousness of the matter. He frowned and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he understood and said, I understand. In the afternoon 2 days ago, Lord Feng said that he had something to do at home and left the yamen an hour early. Later, the Ministry of Justice sent an urgent case to Lord Feng and asked him to send the official seal to the palace. I was planning to go to Feng's mansion, but the runner told me that he saw Lord Feng heading west. It was not the direction to go home. I remembered Lord Feng's little hobby. So, I went to Shi City and was directed to Xuanfang Station. I didn't expect that Madame Feng also heard the news and came here. Recalling the situation at that time, Tan Siwei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Lord Feng begged me to cover for him, so I had to stay here for a while. But I was standing at the stairs and focused on when Madame Feng would come in and how I should stop her. I didn't pay attention to how the procuress took Lord Feng out of the building. I thought he disguised himself and sneaked out. I didn't expect there to be such a secret passage. But I was on the 3rd floor at that time. I can't deny that. Chapter 317. It could be seen that the procuress was frightened this time. She wrote a very detailed list of confirmed, probable, and even the slightest bit suspicious names. There were 60 to 70 people in total, and Tan Siwei was the weakest suspect among them, so it didn't explain much. However, according to the procedure, Ning Shu still had to ask one more question. May I ask where Xiaoqing was last night? Tan Siwei said, he stayed overnight in the yamen. Because His Majesty's birthday is at the end of the month, and it's his 50th birthday, His Majesty is preparing to give a general amnesty on that day to show his benevolence. He will pardon some of the criminals with lesser crimes and let bygones be bygones. Therefore, the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court have been busy compiling the list of criminals. Because the number is too large, many of my colleagues have been staying overnight in the yamen to work so as not to delay His Majesty's important matters. I am no exception. Deputy Minister Zhang and Deputy Minister Xia can testify for me. Ning Shu nodded in understanding. If that's the case, Xiaoqing doesn't have the time to commit the crime. Xue Qiongwei laughed mockingly and defended her brother. Nonsense, there's no motive. My second brother is doing well as the Xiaoqing of the Supreme Court. Why would he want to kill that person? Don't make a name for yourself. If you really can't find the culprit, you want to pin it on my second brother. She spoke without thinking and was not polite to Ning Shu. Xiaoqing, who had been silent all this time, frowned slightly. He said coldly, impudent. Tan Siwei knew the severity of the situation. He quickly put on a stern face and reprimanded, Qiongwei, this is the rule of handling cases. Don't mess around. You've been too rude today. Apologize to Lady Ning and the 2 princes. Xue Qiongwei's mouth was like a flying knife. Did I say anything wrong? She's already engaged to you, second brother. Why are you still doing this for? I don't think she's worthy of you. Bella, enough. Tan Xixian grabbed her and interrupted her. Then, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Xiaoqing and the others. He said with an apologetic expression, my younger sister was rude. As her elder brother, this Tan has failed in his duty and disturbed eldest Miss Ning and your highness's mood. This Tan is deeply ashamed. This Tan will take her back to the residence and discipline her well. I will definitely come to apologize another day. After saying that, he immediately pulled Xue Qiongwei to the meeting. Xue Qiongwei still didn't realize her mistake. When she got up, she bumped into the table, causing all the dishes on the table to sway. The other dishes were fine, but the bowl of hot glutinous rice balls was placed in front of Ning Shu and was very close to her. When the table shook, the bowl of boiling soup slid off the edge of the table and splashed all over Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't even have time to react. A hand reached out from the side in time to grab her waist and pull her to the side. The colored glaze lanterns above her head spun like stars. When she felt the strength of that hand and the fragrance of Du Heng wafting over her face, Ning Shu realized that she had bumped into someone's embrace. The owner of the embrace purposely turned around and protected her in his embrace. Not even a drop of soup splashed on her. Her forehead bumped against his chin, and her lips slightly pressed against his collarbone through his clothes. All she could see was his shockingly white neck and bulging Adam's apple. How could this person's Adam's apple be so beautiful? It simply made her want to. The next moment, she regained her senses and hurriedly stood up from his embrace. She asked worriedly, "Your Highness, how are you? Did you get splashed? Let me see." Chapter 318. Before Ning Shu could finish her sentence, Xiao Zhangping had already pulled her away from Xiahou Qing, yelling, "Xiahou Shizi, are you scalded? Are you all blind? Bring me a towel and ice water." Xiahou Qing took back his hand without a care. He said calmly, "Don't worry, princess. It's not a big deal. It's just that my clothes are wet. Please allow me to go back and change." He didn't allow Xiao Zhangping to object and made the decision for her. "Juicy, take some people and escort the princess back to the palace." "Yes." Xiahou Qing left first. Xiao Zhangping didn't force him to escort her no matter how indulgent he was. He looked at Xiahou Qing for a long time and said reluctantly, "Then your highness should go back first. If you're scalded, you must tell me. I have the best ointment for burns in the palace." Tan Xixian was ashamed that his cousin was making more and more trouble. He personally sent Xiahou Qing out of the building. Xue Chongwei also knew that she was in the wrong. She kept her head down and let her brothers scold her. Then, she was taken back to the palace. Tan Siwei's face was full of embarrassment. He said anxiously, "My sister isn't usually like this. I don't know what's wrong with her these days. Also, what she said just now was definitely not what I was thinking. Please don't misunderstand. She's just too spoiled at home and doesn't know her limits. I promise I won't let her offend you again in the future. Your sister is closer to you. It's understandable that she doesn't care about her appearance because she wants to protect you. Don't worry, I won't blame her. As for splashing the soup just now, it was unintentional." After the incident, she was so scared that her face turned pale. "Xiao Qing, you should go back and comfort her. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." "Shu her." Before Tan Siwei could finish, Ning Shu had already hurried downstairs and chased after someone. The scene of Ning Shu being protected in Xiahou Qing's arms surfaced in his mind, as well as her unconcealed worry. Tan Siwei opened his mouth, and a trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. In the end, he stopped chasing after them. When Ning Shu ran out of Donglai Shun, Xiao Zhangping was still at the door. When he saw her, he immediately reached out to stop her. The unruly princess, who had always been unpredictable, raised her chin and said with her flower-like lips, "Ning Shu, since you are engaged, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to deliberately get close to child Xiahou." Normally, Ning Shu would be thick-skinned and let her taunt her. But today, at this time, Ning Shu did not want to be inferior to her in this matter. She looked sharply at Xiao Zhangping. "The princess is also waiting to be married off. Is the Southern Yan's future crown prince's consort settled?" "You." Xiao Zhangping gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Don't forget, I have already reached an agreement with child Xiahou. The marriage won't affect me at all. If I, Xiao Zhangping, truly admire someone, I dare to boldly say it out loud and let everyone know. Do you dare? On one hand, you cling to child Xiahou, and on the other hand, you have an engagement with Tan Xiaoqing. Ning Shu, you really make me look down on you." "I dare." Facing her face full of ridicule and disdain, Ning Shu raised her clear eyes and said calmly but firmly, "I dare. Before I turn 17, I won't marry anyone. On the day I turn 17, I will personally tell him that I admire him. Other than him, I won't marry anyone else. Your Highness, farewell." After Ning Shu finished speaking, she did not argue with her and immediately lifted her robe and ran in the direction of Prince Nanping's mansion. Fortunately, Xiahou Qing's carriage did not move quickly today. Shi Yan's carriage was so slow that it was almost comparable to the old madam's stroll. He was so resentful that he kept panting. Finally, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Chapter 319. Ning Shu ran all the way and finally caught up to Xiahou Qing's carriage. Shi Yan made a sound. Before the carriage stopped, Ning Shu had already lifted the curtain and climbed up. Hearing her movements, Xiahou Qing's face was like a lone goose flying over a distant mountain. At first glance, there were no ripples, but his brows slightly moved as he said, "What's the matter?" Ning Shu was slightly panting. She was worried that the carriage was too fast and she couldn't catch up. She didn't expect to be overjoyed. "I'm fine. I just want to see if you're okay." "I already said, I'm fine." She didn't believe it. She clearly saw him deliberately put his hand behind his back. Ning Shu didn't answer. She knelt down beside Xiahou Qing and grabbed his wrist. Xiahou Qing didn't expect her to be so reckless. Before he could take back his hand, she had already pulled up his sleeve and he saw the obvious red mark on the back of his hand. His hand was slender and white, which made the burn look particularly ghastly. Ning Shu's brows wrinkled. She bit her lip and said, "How is it fine? It's clearly such a big burn." People had 5 senses. If one of them was missing, the other senses would be more sensitive to compensate. For example, people with eyesight often had better hearing than normal people. But he had lost 3 senses. He only had hearing and touch. With the hot soup spilling on his body, the burning pain would be several times higher than normal people. This person was still stubborn. He was willing to die to save face. She quickly took out a piece of ice from the restaurant to cool down his wound. The ice had melted a lot along the way. There was only a small half of it left in the cloth. Fortunately, it could still be used. She wrung out the excess water. She held him with one hand and gently put the ice on the back of his hand with the other hand. After a while, she was afraid that it would be too cold, so she took it away and continued to apply it, concentrating. He couldn't see her expression at this moment, nor could he smell her scent, but with his 2 remaining senses, he could clearly feel that she was intimately leaning against his side with her head slightly lowered. She must have run very quickly just now, so she was still slightly panting. Her warm breath followed the rise and fall of her chest and blew on his arm. His right hand was carefully held in the palm of her soft hand. Her hand was so small that as long as he turned his hand, he would be able to hold her hand firmly in his palm, and then he suddenly felt a strange burning sensation in his chest. Xiahou Qing, who had always been cold and distant, lost his composure. He understood what was going on and immediately withdrew his hand. "That's enough." However, Ning Shu misunderstood. "Ah, is it too cold? I'll blow on it for you. Don't move." She pulled his hand back again, lowered her head, and gently blew on the back of his hand half an inch away. They were so close that it seemed like her lips would touch the back of his hand at any moment. The fluctuations that he had been suppressing surged once again. Xiahou Qing reached out to touch her forehead. He almost frowned in irritation. His voice was slightly hoarse as he hesitated to speak. "Do you know that you, what?" Xiahou Qing did not say a word. After a while, he took the ice from her hand. He turned his head and said, "It's nothing. I can do it myself. You, go sit over there." Ning Shu looked at him in confusion. She didn't know what kind of problem this arrogant and cold young master suddenly had. She rubbed her forehead that he had touched and obediently sat in the seat across from Xiao Qing. The carriage was silent for a moment. He and she did not speak. There were only the scattered lights outside the window and the moonlight that intertwined with each other. It was accompanied by the sound of the rolling waves of the Chaobai River that entered the carriage. Under the ambiguous light and shadow, Ning Shu stared unblinkingly at Xiao Qing across from her. She looked at his face that was even more handsome and fair under the moonlight, and at his lips that were even more clearly sculpted by the moonlight. Her heart was beating wildly, and her mind was completely at ease. She was a 300-year-old soul. She had taken a liking to his 20-year-old beauty. Was this considered an old cow eating young grass? Her eyes moved and inadvertently fell on his throat. Her heart suddenly became restless. She couldn't be blamed. She could only blame this grass for being too delicious. It made people want to, "What do you want to eat?" Hearing Xiao Qing's puzzled question, Ning Shu finally realized that she had accidentally spoken her thoughts out loud. Fortunately, her voice was soft and he didn't hear it all. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. "It's nothing. I'm just saying that compared to the restaurants outside, the food in the king's palace is more refreshing and more suitable for this kind of hot weather. I miss it after not eating for a day." Why do I hear the sound of arguing outside? I'll go take a look." Ning Shu stuck her head out the window. She had only wanted to pretend, but she didn't expect that under the hazy moonlight, she would see two people arguing 10 zhang away under the dense shade of the trees. Those two people were not strangers. They were Tan Xixian and Xue Qiongwei, who had been sitting at the same table. Chapter 320. Because there was a distance between them, the sound of their quarrel could not be heard clearly. Only bits and pieces of words were carried into Ning Shu's ears by the cool night wind. "Qiongwei, don't come to this place in the future. Also, don't casually look for your second brother, do you hear me?" "Why? I'm already of marriageable age. You can't control where I go or who I look for. Furthermore, I don't want to do anything. You were so obvious today. Do you think I didn't see through it? Also, when you asked your second brother out, do you think you hit it perfectly? Qiongwei, your second brother is already engaged and will get married soon. Do you have the heart to destroy his happiness? Have you forgotten how well your second brother treated you since you were young? Mother, although, at least she didn't treat you badly." "That's right. Aunt treats me very well. Do you know that she's preparing to betroth me to Count Zhongyong's Zhu family's famous lecherous son? How can that be? When I return home, I'll plead with father and ask him to stop this matter. If you stop this, then there's the next one. There are millions of people in the capital and hundreds of thousands of families. Big brother, do you want to stop them one by one? Big brother, I'm not a child anymore. When I was of marriageable age in spring, you personally inserted the hairpin into my hair. I can tell who really treats me well and who only treats me perfunctorily. I'm not very smart since I was young. I'm not good at studying and I'm also bad at needlework. My personality is also stubborn and I'm not liked by anyone. It's as if there's nothing I can do except for my stubbornness. My life is already so messy. The only thing I want to do is to do my best to protect the person I love. Even if he doesn't have me in his heart, I still want to try. Otherwise, I'll regret it when I die. Big brother, don't try to persuade me anymore. Qiongwei, don't go down a dead end. The current situation isn't what you think it is. Those things already have nothing to do with you. Just forget about it. Big brother promises you that no one will be able to. Under the hazy moonlight, Tan Xixian reached out her hand to stroke the top of Xue Qiongwei's head, but Xue Qiongwei dodged her. Enough. Being a cowardly good person may not be a good thing. On the contrary, you may end up with nothing. It's better to be a pure evil person. I can only promise you that unless the situation is absolutely necessary, I don't want to hurt anyone, and I won't. The siblings quarreled for no apparent reason. In the end, Xue Qiongwei lowered her head and grabbed Tan Xixian's sleeve as if she was crying. Separated by some distance, Ning Shu was unable to clearly see Tan Xixian's expression at this moment. However, from the way he gently pulled Xue Qiongwei into his embrace, it was not difficult to guess that his eyes were filled with heartache. After crying, the two of them left the small alley. They should be heading back to the manor. Ning Shu was confused. However, it wasn't appropriate for outsiders to ask about other people's family matters. She just didn't expect Xue Qiongwei to have such deep feelings for Tan Siwei. No wonder she deliberately targeted him at the dinner table. However, after the two of them left, they still didn't hear Ning Shu's voice for a while. Xiahou Qing asked, "What are you thinking about?" Ning Shu came back to her senses and said, "Nothing, I just feel that it's a bit strange. From the dinner table until now, what I've heard from the three Tan siblings seems to be very different from what I've always known. The Prime Minister's wife has always been quite famous in the circle of noblewomen in the capital. Everyone praises her as a virtuous wife who treats her servants with great generosity. However, why does it sound so unreasonable from Xue Qiongwei's mouth? The relationship between the eldest young master and the second young master is quite good. Previously, when Dong Lai Shun raised the suspicion of the second young master, the eldest young master was very anxious. In the conversation just now, he had been siding with the second young master. However, from the eldest young master's tone, why do I feel that he is very unfamiliar with the Prime Minister's wife? Especially when he said the word mother, there was an obvious pause. Afterwards, when he tried to stop the marriage, he directly said that he was pleading with the Prime Minister and not directly admonishing the Prime Minister's wife. They are clearly mother and son, why is it like this? In response to Ning Shu's question, Xiahou Qing quickly answered, they are not mother and son, but the eldest son of a concubine and his mother. Ning Shu was shocked, is that true? How come I don't know about this? Hasn't the Prime Minister's manor always announced to the public that the two young masters are the legitimate children of the Prime Minister's wife? Not only did she not know, there were probably not many people in the capital who knew about this. Xiahou Qing leisurely said, the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's wife married in the 3rd year and 6th month of heaven's selection, but in reality, the eldest young master was born in the 4th year and 1st month of heaven's selection. Even if he was born prematurely, there has never been a case of someone who was born 3 months prematurely and luckily survived. Therefore, there can only be one explanation. The eldest young master was born from the Prime Minister's mistress and was later brought back to the Prime Minister's manor to be raised. Ning Shu couldn't help but admire him. This monster with a photographic memory, was there anything in the capital that he didn't know about? Ah, so that's how it is. Then my previous question can be clearly explained. Similarly, it could also be explained why Tan Xixian, who looked cultured and refined, knew when to advance and retreat, and was more tactful than Tan Siwei, didn't become an official. Instead, he became a merchant of the lowest class. He was born into the Prime Minister's family, and he was the eldest son. The people below him looked at him as if he were in the clouds, unreachable. Only he himself knew that the steps under his feet were made of mud and not solid. His birth mother was unknown, and he lived with the awkward identity of his legitimate mother. No matter how tolerant and magnanimous his legitimate mother was, in the end, she couldn't compare to her own son. If he wanted to climb up, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't step on the wrong step. If he stood still, it would be easy for him to become a target and be shot through the heart. If this person was mediocre, then it wouldn't be so bad. He would just muddle along for the rest of his life. But if he was a little outstanding, then he would have to spend every day racking his brains and tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Therefore, Tan Xixian, who was stuck in the cracks of the wall, had to hide his inadequacies even if he was as talented as Li Bai. In comparison, entering the business world was the safest path. His attitude was gentle, and he was thorough in all aspects. It could be imagined how difficult the road he had walked before was. Chapter 321. Ning Shu had been released from prison. She didn't need to use the identity of a little guard of Prince Nanping's mansion to deceive people. Naturally, she would return to Duke Xing's mansion. Shi Yan stopped the carriage. Before getting off, Xiahou Qing said, Er's family will be sent to you tomorrow morning. Well, thank you, Your Highness. Ning Shu didn't stand on ceremony with him. She pulled her robe and jumped off the carriage. Xiahou Qing's voice came from behind again, wait. Ning Shu looked back in confusion. The voice in the carriage stopped. After a while, he said casually, I didn't touch that bowl of food. Understanding which bowl of food he was referring to, Ning Shu's feather-like eyelashes fluttered. She couldn't help but smile in her eyes. She said softly, I know. Xiahou Qing kept his word. The next morning, Er's family was taken to the Supreme Judiciary. In the center of the court, the mother and daughter hugged each other tightly like two frightened quails. They didn't dare to raise their heads. It seemed that the people standing around them were not officials, but ferocious ghosts. Or maybe there was no difference between the two in their eyes. Er's father was a lame man with a crutch. He looked sloppy. He directly shrank in the corner and didn't dare to move. He only dared to scold his daughter. He was full of words like money-losing goods, shame on the ancestors, unlucky, and so on. Hearing her father's curses, Er's face became more bleak. She was like a flower that had been hit by frost. She was almost withered. Her eyes were full of tears. Until a yamen runner came to her and took her into a side hall next to the court. There was a person sitting inside. He didn't wear the uniform of an official. Instead, he was like a guard's uniform. He was thin and had a kind face. He was vaguely familiar. As soon as he saw her come in, the person immediately showed a warm smile. He poured a cup of tea for her and told her not to be afraid. Hello, Miss I didn't ask you to come here today to embarrass you. I just want to ask you something. Do you still remember me? Li hesitated and said, You are. The man smiled and gave a hint, May 9th, Chaobai River. Li finally remembered, Are you young Master Ningping? Ning Shu nodded with a smile, Yes, it's me. Miss has a good memory. In such a terrible place, she met a familiar person who had saved her life. Li's heart was full of fear and vigilance. She lowered a lot at once, You're my benefactor. How can I forget you? But why are you looking for me, specifically, for what? It's about a case. I don't know if you've heard about the sudden death of the Southern Yen Kingdom's envoy before dawn yesterday. Hearing the question, Li's body stiffened, and she immediately shook her head and said, No, never. I don't know anything. When ordinary people heard the question, no matter whether they knew the answer or not, they would think for a moment first. She answered so quickly that she blurted it out without thinking. Instead, she revealed an obvious flaw. Ning Shu was not in a hurry to expose her, but continued, Well, I heard that Miss often sells flowers there last time, so I want to ask if Miss knows the surrounding situation better. Maybe you can help us find some clues. Li said like a frightened bird, not often. I usually sell flowers in Shui City. I only go there occasionally, so I don't know. Ning Shu stared at her and said slowly, I didn't say where the envoy of the southern Yan kingdom died, nor did I say where it was. Why does Miss seem to know it so well? Li's face changed. She pinched her palm hard and didn't dare to look at her eyes. It's me. It's a misunderstanding. Because I often walk in Shui City, and there are many people coming and going in Shui City. It's a place where peddlers like us wander and peddler. The envoy certainly didn't die there. I don't go to other places much, so. She hesitated for a long time, pinched her palm harder, gritted her teeth and said, and I went out of the city with my parents the day before yesterday and went back to my hometown. I don't know what happened after that. If Benefactor has other things to do for me, I will do my best. But I really don't know anything about this matter. Listening to her flawed defense, Ning Shu's pupils reflected her trembling, delicate and helpless figure. It was hard not to have a trace of pity in her heart. She hadn't seen her for a few days, but this young girl who had been torn apart by the wind and rain had lost a lot of weight. Her face was pale without a trace of blood. Just sitting there, her body seemed to be full of sadness. But before the case, all emotions must be put aside. So she had to harden her heart and continued, when was it the day before yesterday? At noon, the uncles and aunts in the square can testify for us. Ning Shu shook her head gently. Since you left the city at noon, why did people see you wandering in front of the Fang-seeking platform in the evening? Chapter 322. A thin layer of paper could barely hold on in the hurricane, but it still could not escape the fate of being exposed. Hearing Ning Shu's words, Li was completely panicked. I don't know what you are talking about. I left the capital at noon the day before yesterday. My parents, yes, and my villagers in my hometown can testify for me. They all saw me go back in the carriage. What Xuanfang station, what murder case, I really don't know. What does the death of the envoy have to do with me, a flower girl? Ning Shu glanced at her fingernails that were almost broken, pursed her lips and said, about this, I have investigated. Your villagers did see you and your family go back in the carriage, but your mother said that you were not feeling well and could not meet people, so you did not get out of the carriage to greet your villagers. When you reached the door of the house, you wore a curtain hat and went back to the house directly. So, no one can be sure that the person who went back was you. Your witness can't fool the government. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's just that you have always insisted that you don't know who bullied you. Do you really not know? There are a lot of brothels in Shi City, and many of the girls there suffer from unmentionable diseases such as sexual intercourse. Therefore, many people come to you to buy jade hairpin flowers. I asked Miss Susu, and she immediately said your name, which means you have been to Shi City a lot. Ever since the envoy entered the capital, he would spend 20 days in Shi City every month. Such a high-ranking official, his appearance was different from the people of Great Yu. Many people even went out of their way to take a look at him. If an ordinary person had heard of the envoy's name, and he appeared in Shi City, they would be able to guess that he was the envoy. In addition, the scene of you bumping into the envoy and being entangled by him happened to be seen by Boss Qian in the nearby brothels. When you ran away, you even scratched him. The envoy was so angry that he chased after you. The scratches on the side of his neck are the evidence. So, don't hide it anymore. You know everything. Took a deep breath and raised her head. Tears streamed down her face. Benefactor, you saved my life before. I'm very grateful to you. You were the one who told me not to die first and to continue living. Maybe I can find some fun in living. I listened to you and didn't continue to commit suicide. I even knelt down and begged my father to bring us back to our hometown. I want to forget everything here. But why did you force me like this? You might as well have let me die from the start. In the face of her pearl-like tears, Ning Shu felt that she was simply a great evil person. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it to her, but it was forcefully knocked away by and fell to the ground. Ning Shu paused for a moment and retreated to a place where was not so disgusted. She said softly, I didn't say that you must be the murderer. I just want to know what you did at the Fong platform that day. After crying with all her might, wiped away the tears on her face and said hoarsely, yes. I know that he was the one who bullied me that night. But I'm just a humble girl. I'm like a tiny ant in the capital. Anyone can step on me. Even if I'm bullied, what can I do? Report it to the officials. He's a foreign envoy. How can I fight against him? Perhaps our family of 3 will die because of this matter. That's why I didn't dare to say anything. Even though I knew everything, I didn't dare to say a single word to anyone because there was no one in this world who could help me. Until I met you. You persuaded me to forget about this matter and move to a new place to live. I also wanted to, but in the dead of night, whenever I thought of that matter and that disgusting face, I couldn't help but want to pounce on him and cut him into 1,000 pieces. I can't sleep night after night. I'm not reconciled to the fact that the person who ran away with his tail between his legs is not that evil beast, but me. So that afternoon, after we drove away from home, I secretly ran to Shi City. I wanted to see what that beast looked like before I left. I wanted to engrave him in my mind. When I die in the future, I will turn into a malicious spirit and take his life. Ning Shu said, so, you just watched from the side and didn't plan to do anything else. Er's eyes looked to the right. I originally wanted to perish together with him. But I didn't expect that he had so many guards around him and there were so many thugs at the Fong platform. It was too difficult for me to sneak in and kill him. Someone else noticed me, so I left after watching for a while. I didn't expect that he was killed at night. When I heard the news, I was very happy. I thought that he must have done too many evil things. God couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to punish him. Chapter 323. Ning Shu looked at her without blinking. Where did you go after that? Stopped sobbing and said, it was a little late at that time. I didn't have time to leave the city, so I stayed in a nearby inn. I left the city and went back to my hometown at dawn. When did you leave the city? A little after 5:00. I can't remember the details. Looking at the girl who was not more complicated than paper, Ning Shu shook her head gently and said, you probably don't know that people are very strange animals. When people are recalling something, their eyes will often look to the left unconsciously. When they lie, their eyes will subconsciously look to the right. You lied just now. You said that you were very happy when you heard the news that the envoy was killed. But you left the city at 5:00. The pimp found the envoy's body a little after 7:00 and reported it to the official. How could you know the envoy's death 2 hours in advance and then leave the capital? Er's eyes were in a mess. She said excitedly, I only knew that he was killed later. I left the capital early not to escape, but because I knew that I didn't have the ability to kill him. I gave up. I was afraid that my father and mother would worry about my safety, so I left so early. As for the news that he was killed, I heard it from a passerby on the way. You said that you planned to die together with the envoy. Then, how were you going to kill him? I prepared a dagger. Where is the dagger now? Er's lips trembled. Her tears were like broken glass beads. She was heartbroken. I lost it. That evening, when I realized that I didn't have the ability and courage, I ran to the Chaobai River and cried for a long time. Then, I threw the dagger into the river. I'm so useless. I'm a coward. In the end, I still implicated so many people. My father was right. I should have died earlier. In the side hall, she fell into sad and depressed crying again. Ning Shu glanced at the handkerchief that had been knocked to the ground by her. After thinking for a while, she walked forward and used her clean sleeve to wipe off her tears one by one. I believe that you didn't kill him. However, the death of an envoy is indeed a difficult matter for the imperial court. Therefore, I'll have to trouble you and your family to stay in the capital for the time being. It will be more convenient for us to interrogate you. Is that okay? Cried silently for a long time. She nodded and was brought out of the side hall by the bailiff. After she left, Huimo poked his head out from behind the door and wondered, Lady Ning, do you really believe what she said? Ning Shu shook her head gently. I don't believe you. She must be hiding a lot of things from us. But if she doesn't want to talk, we can't force a confession out of her. Huimo frowned. I don't think so. After all, she is the first victim. Ning Shu glanced at him and said, Oh, our brother Huimo has learned to be gentle with women. Huimo blushed. No. Don't spout nonsense. I'm just defending the injustice. All right, let's be serious. She left the capital at a sensitive time. Since she dared to come back without telling her parents, there's no way she was afraid that her parents would be worried, so she rushed back. Especially her father, TSK. Ning Shu curled her lips in dissatisfaction. So there are only two explanations for this matter. Either she's the murderer, or she knows who the murderer is, and that person told her in advance to leave the capital to avoid suspicion. However, judging from her character, she can't even hide her fear by telling a lie. How could she set up a perfect set of murder and then escape? Unless her acting skills were so good that they were at the peak of perfection. And did you notice what she said at the end? She said, I'm a coward. In the end, I implicated so many people. If she only referred to her parents, why did she say, so many people? Huimo suddenly understood, oh, right. Hey, why didn't I find so many flaws? So, someone must avenge her. This case is definitely not committed by one person. There are at least two people. Last night, I found blood, a piece of cloth scraped by a nail, and a pair of footprints in the secret passage. Judging from the size of the footprints, it was left by a man. The bronze lock can only be opened and locked from the inside. But when I went there yesterday, the lock was still locked. If the murderer did come in and out from the secret passage, it could only be the people on the third floor who conspired with outsiders. Now, more and more people have come to the surface. I'm a little excited just thinking about it. Chapter 324. Huimo was confused and asked in confusion, isn't it just Who else is suspicious? Ning Shu sat down and poured herself a cup of tea. She drank it leisurely and said, the procuress and Su are all lying. Don't you notice it? Really? Huimo patted his head and tried to think, but he was still confused. Why do I feel that they are crying? Although the procuress was not honest at the beginning, she told me everything later. The list is very detailed. She was crying and writing at the same time. It doesn't seem like she is lying. Lady Ning, don't keep me guessing. Just tell me. Ning Shu raised the corner of her mouth and said, beg me. Huimo didn't even think about it, please. Ning Shu. This begging came too fast. She didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. She should learn from your young master's arrogance. It's more interesting to tease him. She couldn't help but remember that when she was a guard in Lord Pingnon's mansion, she was serving that young master. He was sitting and eating while she was standing. After serving him, it was her turn to eat. He seemed to be doing it deliberately. The more her stomach growled, the slower he ate. She was so bold that she took away the hairpin that he used to tie his hair. "Your Highness, do you want this hairpin?" "Beg me." Then Xiahou Qing coldly twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "I will only say it once. Give me the hairpin and comb my hair again." Ning Shu was almost crazy after being tortured by him in the past few days. She also became stubborn. "What if I don't?" "Your Highness, I already know that I was wrong about stealing the letter and running away to meet Princess 13 in private. I have also copied the rules as punishment. Your Highness, shouldn't you calm down and stop torturing me? You offended me and threatened me with the hairpin. Is this the result of you admitting that you were wrong?" Ning Shu curled her lips and said, "I was forced to a dead end. Your Highness, please forgive me." That day, he didn't cover his face with that black satin, so his eyebrows and eyes were completely exposed. He was quiet for a while, his thick eyebrows and long eyelashes rippling like the clouds in the distant mountains. After a while, he said, "Does taking care of me make you so impatient? Since that's the case, you don't have to come to the unknown hall from tomorrow onwards. Do as you please." After he finished speaking, he stood up. His ink-dyed hair was no longer restrained by the hairpin, and it swayed with his footsteps. Ning Shu's heart immediately shrank, and she nervously chased after him. "No, it's just the desire for good food. It's human nature. It's really uncomfortable to watch you eat while I wait for you. Don't go." Okay, I'll go over. I'll immediately comb your hair." She was in too much of a hurry and accidentally stepped on her own robe. As she fell forward, she unconsciously reached out to grab his robe. Then, there was a soft sound. Xiahou Qing's robe was pulled askew by her, revealing his snow-white shoulders and a small part of his back. Her eyes immediately widened. Tian Wen's head popped out of the window, and then immediately retracted. The rest of the guards, including Jiu Si, all turned their heads and didn't dare to look at her. This was the first time she saw Xiahou Qing so flustered and exasperated. Then, she stood under the flower corridor with the birds for an entire afternoon and copied the rules of the palace 50 times. Hui Mo suspiciously looked at her face, slowly turning red. He squatted down to look at her. Ning Shu quickly recovered. She coughed and put down the teacup. Then, she began to unravel the mystery. From the beginning, the procuress was trying to hide the location of the secret passage. When she was exposed, she confessed. Then, she pulled our attention to the customers who knew about the secret passage. Don't forget, the procuress herself is the biggest suspect. As the boss of Xuanfang Station, no matter where she went or what she did, no one would suspect her. At the same time, the case was now being deliberately linked to Xue Hongyi, who had died more than 20 years ago. Coincidentally, she was an old acquaintance of Xue Hongyi from more than 20 years ago, so she was very clear about the case. Why didn't she say anything when she found the body of the envoy? As for Miss Susu, her lies were even more obvious. She said that she had a hidden disease. On the 7th of May, she couldn't serve the envoy because she was unwell. The envoy returned in disappointment. But on the 12th of May, the envoy asked her to serve him again. After that, he was disappointed again and even slapped her. Think about it, the envoy clearly knew that she had a hidden disease and it was impossible for her to recover in just a few days. Why did he ask her again? Does she really have such great charm that it has to be her? Mo thought carefully and said, "Oh my God, yes. Then let's immediately take these two people out and continue to interrogate them. We won't be able to get anything out of them. The procuress will definitely say that too much time has passed. She is old and frightened, so she can't remember at once. Susu will cry and say that she did it to earn money to support her disabled parents. Unless we can find more and more clues, we can't pry open their mouths." However, she was still optimistic. In short, since ARE is the source of this case, as long as she is still in the capital, we will have a chance to follow the vine to the melon. By the way, I asked Tianwen to investigate her friends or close friends. Do you have any clues? Chapter 325. Mo is an honest child. He says honestly, "Oh, I've checked it. Er's family has a simple relationship. She has no relatives in the capital. Her father used to be a street gangster. Later, his leg was broken and he became a night fragrant man. Her mother is an ordinary rural woman. She is very honest. She usually does needlework for the neighbors to make a living. Since was 12 years old, her father didn't go out to work. He relied on his daughter to sell flowers to make money. He drank and gambled all day long. He lost as much as earned. When he was drunk, he would scold his wife and daughter. His reputation in the street was very bad. However, was not stained by the mud. She didn't learn from her father's bad habits. Instead, she became graceful and polite. She had a good relationship with the people in the market. When she was selling flowers, if she saw that the business of the stall was not good, she often helped to sell flowers. That's how met her fiancé. The two families were engaged and were going to get married next month. Unexpectedly, something like this happened. I heard from the aunt in the street that when Mr. Zhou heard that she had an accident, he ran to comfort her. Who would have thought that the next morning, he asked the matchmaker to cancel the marriage. Chased him to his house to ask for an explanation. Mr. Zhou didn't see her and drove her away. That's why couldn't think it through and tried to kill herself again. In my opinion, this man is really a two-faced coward. Er's infatuation is in vain. Is really unlucky. Her father is unreliable and her fiancé is heartless. Mo is still nagging. Ning Shu is dizzy and asks him to stop. She sips the tea and quietly organizes her thoughts. Suddenly, a feather floats in her mind. She says, "What's the name of Mr. Zhou? Why do you ask about this heartless man?" Mo feels funny. You don't suspect that he will kill people to avenge do you? Just tell me what his name is. Mo turns over the booklet that Tianwen gave him. Let me see. Zhou Xiang. This guy is called Zhou Xiang. Hey, where have I heard this name? Ning Shu's eyes sink. She immediately puts down the cup in her hand, grabs Mo and leaves. Hey! Where were they going? My neck is going to break. Being dragged away by the collar, Mo covered his neck and rolled his eyes. Walking quickly to the entrance of the Supreme Court, Ning Shu nimbly mounted her horse and said, "Go to Dong Lai Shun. If I'm not wrong, he's the waiter who delivered the roast mutton the night before yesterday. You're asking Zhou Yang. That brat was fired by me." When the boss of Dong Lai Shun heard that the government was looking for Zhou Xiang, he quickly distanced himself from the matter. He came to work in my shop a month ago. At that time, my shop was doing very well and was in urgent need of manpower, so I asked someone to introduce a reliable worker to me. You also know that it's easy for people to gossip about my shop, but I pay a high salary. Many people want to work for me, but I don't like them. I saw that he was young and strong, and he was good-looking, so I kept him. At first, he worked hard, so I thought he was a good young man. But I didn't expect that he would start to slack off. First, he ignored my words and stayed in a daze all day long. Later, he tried to find a way to escape by urinating or defecating. He only came back after half a day. I paid him a high salary, but he was only hired by me. Who would be willing to do that? Detective, you saw that I scolded him fiercely yesterday, but this kid was too much. I was so busy in the shop that I didn't even have time to rest. He went out to deliver the roast mutton, but he disappeared. I don't know where he went to hide. Now my shop is affected by the murder case, and I can't make ends meet, so I fired him last night. Ning Shu immediately extracted the important information and asked, the roast mutton you're talking about, is it the day before yesterday when His Highness the 7th Prince wanted to eat roast mutton, so you sent someone to cook it and deliver it to him? Yes, it's that time. The person I sent wasn't him, but another worker. That worker was walking when he tripped. He was standing by the side empty-handed. I thought that I couldn't let the noble wait for too long, so I sent him. Aren't you suspecting that he's, my dear grandmother, no matter what this kid does, it has nothing to do with me. The boss's fat face turned into a walnut green. Chapter 326. Hui Mo couldn't wait and asked, when did he come back? Did you notice? Let me think about it. Detective, please wait a moment, let me think about it carefully. The boss's face was sullen, and he was so worried that tears were about to fall. He only felt that he had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. It seems to be a little more than 1:15 midnight. When he came back, his face was covered in mud. I asked him what happened, and he said that he fell into a pit. I thought that I didn't have time to let him go back to take a bath and come back to work. It was about time to close, and he looked so disgusting, so I sent him to the kitchen to light the fire. After midnight, the last batch of guests also had supper, so I asked the staff to pack up and leave. When is the closing time? After midnight, it's about the same time every day. Ning Shu said again, so from midnight to midnight, he has been in the kitchen all the time. It should be. I can't guarantee the specifics. You know, as a shopkeeper, I have to serve the guests all the time. I'll call the chef for you. He has been here all the time. Please wait a moment. The boss had a bitter face and hurried to the kitchen to find the chef. Hui Mo stood in the same place and gritted his teeth angrily. I didn't expect Zhou Yang to be so good at hiding. He almost got caught under the light. Let's send people to post notices everywhere to arrest him. Especially at the city gate. We must not let him run out of the capital. Ning Shu knew that he was not angry with Zhou Yang, but because she almost missed an important clue because of a little negligence. Ning Shu patted him and said, he can't escape. His blood relatives are still here. Li has returned to the capital now. If he really wants to avenge Li then he will take the initiative to appear in front of us now. After the chef came, he confirmed that the boss was right. Zhou Yang had been there during that time. After closing, Zhou Yang didn't say where he was going and just ran away. Another worker gave him a clue. When he met Zhou Xiang yesterday morning, he saw that he was in a daze. His face was also very ugly, as if he had just encountered something serious. However, when he was asked, he did not say anything. Before leaving, Ning Shu asked again, do you still remember what color and style of clothes Zhou Yang was wearing that night? After everyone recalled, they said, the style is the short brown that we wear the longest when we work. There's nothing special about it. The color is dark blue, right? It's old clothes. The color of the clothes matched the color of the strip of cloth again. Taking the opportunity from Donglai, Ning Shu and the others continued to rush to Chongwen Lane where Zhou Xiang lived. They almost caught him, but unfortunately, he ran away one step ahead of them. When the news reached Li Yi's ears, she was sitting in front of the dressing table, weaving a rui knot. Her hands were very skillful, and the style she made was much more exquisite than the ones sold on the market. It was in the shape of a flower. After she finished weaving, she tied the rui knot on the sachet she made herself, and it became a very beautiful sachet. After she was done, she stared blankly at the sachet for a long time. Then, she personally tore it apart and made a new one. She repeated this process over and over again, as if she was possessed. Tears fell from her eyes silently. Li Yi murmured, "Mother, people can't do anything wrong. Once you do it, you can't wash your hands clean anymore." Li Yi's mother hugged her tightly. "Darling, what are you talking about? This matter is over. Didn't you see that the officers have already released us? That beast is already dead. You didn't kill him. Don't think too much, Li Yi." Li Yi's tears continued to fall silently. She closed her eyes and shook her head in despair. "I can't get over it. I can't get over it forever." Li Yi's mother's face suddenly changed. Her dry lips trembled and almost cracked. "Is it really you? Darling, don't say anything, do you hear me? Don't say anything." Almost at the same time, the prison of the Supreme Court that held the suspects in the case of the envoy's sudden death creaked open. Several suspects were stuffed inside. Among them, in the cage where Susu, the procuress, and the others were locked, a servant girl was pushed in by the officers. The servant girl knelt on the ground and wailed. Susu saw it and couldn't bear to help her up. She comforted her in a low voice and asked her why she was locked up. The servant girl cried and answered, "I sell dumplings on the street outside the West Market. The envoy passed by my food stall the day before yesterday evening and ate my dumplings without paying. I argued with him for a while. The officers said that I was also a suspect. Will I be beheaded? I'm so scared." The other girls in the cage felt the same way. They turned their backs and wiped their tears. The procuress looked at her pitiful face and gave her a handkerchief to wipe her face. The servant girl took the handkerchief with gratitude. Not long after, she got along well with these people and sweetly talked to them. This servant girl was none other than Forsythia. Chapter 327. Hearing that Ning Shu had arrived, Tan Siwei immediately went forward and said, "Li Yi is here to surrender. She said that she killed them." Ning Shu jumped down from the horse and wiped the sweat off her forehead with her sleeve. She frowned. Did she say why she killed them and how she killed them? Tan Siwei's face was also gloomy. She only said half. She said that the envoy humiliated her, so she wanted to take revenge. However, she refused to say how she killed them. She only said that she wanted us to convict her and cut off her head to report to the emperor. Li Yi's motive was sufficient, but she couldn't say how she killed them. Even if she wanted to use her as a scapegoat, would the emperor be able to accept it? Would the Southern Yen be able to accept it? No one was a fool. This girl must have heard about the search for Zhou Yang and came to take the blame. However, if she surrendered now, even if she wasn't guilty, she would be implicated. Ning Shu threw the horsewhip to Huema and thought for a while. Get ready. Zhou Yang will be here soon. Tan Siwei nodded. You must be very hot after running back and forth. Previously, when you were in prison, you said that you liked to drink plum soup to relieve the heat. We have prepared some in the side hole. One is cooled and the other is not. Shu, do you want some? Tan Siwei looked at Hui Mo and said, Huimo has some too. Huimo said cheerfully, I also have some. I want to drink it. I like plum soup the most. Ning Shu's temple twitched and she immediately glared at him. Huimo quickly shut his mouth and stood behind Ning Shu obediently. Ha, ha, ha. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Qiongwei came out and said unhappily, I brought the plum soup for you to relieve the heat. Why should I give it to them? Seeing that she was still here, Tan Siwei frowned. Qiongwei, didn't I just ask you to go back home? This is an important place in the yamen. Ordinary people shouldn't stay here. Why are you so disobedient? Did you forget what I said to you last night? Am I an ordinary person? I'm your cousin. We grew up together. Shui Qiongwei's eyes were filled with grievances, and a thin layer of tears appeared in her eyes. And if I leave, how would I know that you're going to use the plum soup I gave you from afar to please another woman? You're really infuriating. I won't leave unless you drink all the plum soup. Seeing that the brother and sister are about to quarrel, Ning Shu and Hui Mo quietly go around them. When they reach Shui Qiongwei, Hui Mo accidentally touches her with the horsewhip in his hand. Shui Qiongwei dodges like she gets an electric shock and takes 2 steps back. Her face is very ugly. What are you doing? Her reaction was so big that everyone's eyes turned to her. Hui Mo was confused. He looked at the horsewhip in his hand and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention when I was walking and offended you. I'm sorry. Shui Qiongwei paused for a moment and said angrily, I know. You must have done it on purpose. You want to teach me a lesson for Ning Shu. Stay away from me. Tan Siwei hurriedly mediated. Qiongwei, Hui Mo has already explained. He really didn't do it on purpose. Don't misunderstand. Let me see. Besides, he didn't hurt you. Don't be unreasonable. It's better if Tan Siwei doesn't speak. Shui Qiongwei felt more wronged. Tears fell from her eyes. You're still speaking for them. Second brother, you're not married yet, but you're ganging up to bully me. Stay away from me. All of you stay away from me. After that, Shui Qiongwei covered her face and ran back to the side hall to cry. Tan Siwei had a headache. He had to ask Shui Qiongwei's maid to follow and serve her. He said in distress, I'm really sorry. Hui Mo, Shu, please don't take it to heart. I don't know what's wrong with this girl. She's become more and more eccentric recently. I can't control her. Hui Mo was speechless. I just touched her accidentally. You don't have to act like I molested her. There was no Qi Zhuanyu in the capital, and now there was Shui Qiongwei. There was another fierce general on the list of unruly ladies. Ning Shu said, it's okay. Miss Gu is just a teenager. She's just throwing a tantrum. But when did Xiaoqing say recently? Tan Siwei thought, you're not even 17 years old. You're not much older than her. But he still told the truth, about 5 or 6 days ago. After I went to the Duke's mansion to propose marriage to your parents. Ning Shu smiled and said, maybe it's because she suddenly found out and couldn't accept it for a while. Speaking of which, Miss Biao is really sincere to Xiaoqing. On such a hot day, usually a delicate young lady would hide at home and not go out, but Miss Biao came so far to send Xiaoqing a plum soup to relieve the heat. It was the same last night. It was already late at night, but she still rushed to Xuanfang Terrace to visit. Xiaoqing, sometimes the wind and rain hurt the spring. Why don't you take pity on the person in front of you? Tan Siwei opened his mouth and hurriedly explained, it's not like that. There's nothing between me and Qiongwei. Please don't misunderstand. While Tan Siwei was hurriedly clarifying, an officer from the other side of the carriage ran over and reported, "Xiao Qing. Lady Ning, Zhou Yang has appeared. He's standing at the door." Tan Siwei knew what was important in the face of official business. He put aside the small talk for a while and immediately said, "Bring him in." Chapter 328. In the court of the Dali Temple, the tall and silent young man named Zhou Xiang finally took the initiative to step into the Dali Temple after tricking the officers and searching almost half of the city. As the boss of Donglai Shun said, his appearance was indeed acceptable. His skin was a healthy wheat color, and his shoulders were broad and thick. If he changed into a set of clothes, Yang Chengwei could also do it. Compared with the vicious murderers in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Xiang did not look evil. Instead, he showed a simple and honest feeling. However, from the moment he walked into the Dali Temple to the moment he was forced to kneel on the ground by the officers, he kept his head down and did not open his mouth. Looking at the silent young man for a long time, Ning Shu's eyes sank and she slowly opened her mouth. "Zhou Xiang, do you know that the officers outside are searching for you?" Zhou Xiang finally opened his mouth and his voice was a little hoarse. "I know." Ning Shu raised her chin and ordered the officers who were holding him to release him. She sat on the chair and picked up the teacup. "Then why did you send yourself to the door after escaping?" Zhou Xiang raised his head and his eyes were heavy. "Surrender. I killed the envoy. You release This was the first time Ning Shu had seen a murderer who went straight to the point and did not waste any words. She was interested and asked, "You said you are the murderer, and also said she killed the person. Both of you insist on your own words, so why should I believe you?" Zhou Xiang's expression was very calm. He threw a pair of boots from the bag in his hand. "If you don't believe me, you can take this pair of boots and compare it with the half-bloody footprint on the terrace. See if it's mine." After looking for the footprints for a long time, Mo did not expect that he would finally get a clue at this time. He immediately compared the footprints he had made before with the pair of shoes and said in surprise, "It's a complete match." It seemed that the murderer was indeed this person. This case was unexpectedly solved so quickly. It was simply overjoyed. However, Ning Shu did not reveal an overly excited expression. She nodded, and a moment of thought flashed past her eyes. After that, she said leisurely, "Even if you turn yourself in, how can you guarantee that did not participate and conspire with you?" Zhou Xiang's dead face finally showed the expression of a living person, and he was very excited. "No one conspired with me. From the beginning to the end, everything was done by me alone. Is so cowardly, she didn't even dare to tell me who the bastard who humiliated her was. I only found out after listening to Boss Qian's gossip when I went to Donglai Shun to work. How could she possibly conspire with me? Let her go. If you want to kill someone, kill me." Ning Shu said, "Don't be agitated. Since you said that you did it alone, then tell us the details of the crime. If you can justify yourself, we will consider whether to accept your testimony and let go." Zhou Xiang lowered his head and clenched his fists. Then, he took a deep breath and began to narrate. "After I found out that the bastard humiliated I have been holding back my anger, the kind of anger that made me want to kill someone. It happened that I was working in Donglai Shun. A few days in advance, I heard that the envoy was going to hold a banquet at the Xuanfang Terrace opposite our restaurant. At the same time, when I was serving a drunken guest, I happened to hear him boasting about the tigress who came to catch him. He escaped from the Xuanfang Terrace through the secret passage, causing the tigress to catch nothing. I learned that there was such a secret passage in the Xuanfang Terrace. It was really a blessing from the heavens. This opportunity was too rare and too perfect. I began to secretly plan how to find an opportunity to kill him without anyone knowing. Our restaurant's roasted mutton is good. Every day, there are guests at the Xuanfang Terrace who order for us to deliver it. It is not difficult to enter the building, but there are people guarding the stairs on the 3rd floor, so it is not easy to go up. The first time I delivered roasted mutton to a guest inside, I noticed that the 7th prince's carriage had just arrived. So I deliberately slowed down by 2 steps and walked behind the 7th prince while holding the roasted mutton high. As expected, the 7th prince turned around to look at me. After the first delivery, I went back to the restaurant to wait. I wanted to see if my little trick would work. I didn't expect it to work. Ning Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So Xiao Yunsan's reputation as a glutton was already known. What was this? The indirect cause of the envoy's death was a piece of meat in Xiao Yunsan's mouth. He deserved to be beaten by His Majesty. Chapter 329. Zhou Xiang continued, I used a little trick and snatched a second chance to enter the Search Fang station from someone else. It was that time that I saw my enemy up close and overheard that he was going to stay at the Search Fang station tonight. So, I had a plan in mind. After delivering the roast mutton, I took advantage of the fact that the guards were not paying attention and quietly ran into the secret passage to unlock the door. After that, I pretended that nothing had happened and walked out of the Search Fang station, continuing to do my job. It wasn't until after midnight that I quietly came to the entrance of the secret passage in a small boat and went upstairs. Then I committed the murder. Tan Siwei said thoughtfully, how did you know that the envoy would come out in the middle of the night? If he didn't come out and stayed in Miss Susu's room, what were you going to do? Weren't you afraid that people would notice you and expose you? Zhou Yang said numbly, I didn't want to leave anyone alive. I prepared a lot of drugs. When the time came, I would blow them all into the room and then kill them all one by one. Hui Mo, who had been listening carefully, widened his eyes in horror. He felt that this person was crazy. Miss Susu is so innocent. How could you do this? Zhou Yang raised his head and his eyes were bloodshot. If she didn't buy flowers with that day and insist that send the flowers to such a messy place, wouldn't have met that beast and wouldn't have encountered such a thing. People who were blinded by anger would also have extreme thoughts. Ning Shu waved her hand and told Hui Mo not to waste time arguing with him. She asked, what happened after that? Go on. Zhou Yang said mechanically, I had prepared the drugs and was about to ignite them. I didn't expect that God would help me. He ran out by himself and got drunk on the balcony. I didn't even notice him when I walked over. Oh, you see, even the King of Hell thought that he deserved to die, so he gave me such a good opportunity. How could I miss it? So I did it. I drugged him first, then took out the knife that I had prepared beforehand and stabbed him again and again. Seeing him widen his eyes in horror, but unable to resist, I don't know how happy I felt in my heart. Ning Shu frowned slightly. Why did you choose that kind of modus operandi? The restaurant has a lot of customers coming in and out every day. There are a lot of drunkards and prostitutes. When I was serving them, I would listen to them chatting. Once, I heard them talking about the murder that Xue Hongyi committed more than 20 years ago. When I decided to take revenge, that old case somehow popped into my mind. I thought, if I could push the blame of the murder onto Xue Hongyi's ghost, then wouldn't I be able to escape unscathed? No one would suspect a restaurant waiter like me. Ning Shu's eyes sharpened. How did you copy the key? Zhou Yang said with a stiff face, I used to be an apprentice in a locksmith shop. These locks are a piece of cake for me. Tan Siwei immediately waved his hand and ordered someone to investigate and report back. Not long after, they did indeed find the information, proving that what he said was true. The Minister of Supreme Court who was listening at the side immediately said, "Shao Qing, we can now report to His Majesty that the case has been solved." This case was like a sword hanging over their heads. Without finding the murderer, everyone was scared witless and couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Now, Zhou Yang took the initiative to stand up and admit his crime. Moreover, the material evidence was here. The motive and the process of the murder were all explained clearly. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? The heavy burden on their shoulders could finally be put down. However, they heard Ning Shu's clear voice again. "Sir, please wait a moment. There are still a few points of doubt. Please allow me to finish asking." The Minister of Supreme Court showed a look of objection, but Ning Shu didn't have time to care. She pondered for a moment and said from another angle, "You said that you committed the murder alone. You entered and escaped through the secret passage. Then how did you manage to lock the secret passage from the inside? Do you have a doppelganger technique?" Zhou Yang's face showed a brief moment of shock, but he quickly calmed down and flatly denied, "I didn't say that I escaped through the secret passage. It's like this. I was afraid that others would know how I committed the crime, so I locked the secret passage again after I entered. Then, after killing the envoy, I jumped from the balcony into the Chaobai River. This way, no one would know how I got in and out. It's more like a ghost's work." However, that moment of panic didn't escape Ning Shu's eyes. Her gaze became sharper. The balcony was nearly 10 feet above the river. "Aren't you afraid of being hit by the water when you jump from that height?" Zhou Xiang lowered his eyes again and gritted his teeth. "I've been good at swimming since I was a child, so I'm not afraid. Moreover, my fiancé has been humiliated like this, and the neighbors are all talking behind my back. How can I bear it? Now that I have my revenge, even if I jump into the river and die, it's worth it. Let go of This matter has nothing to do with her. I did it all alone." Ning Shu didn't stop at all. She pressed on step by step. "I'll believe that you're good at swimming. However, you seem to have forgotten one thing. In order to enjoy the scenery on both sides of the river, Xuanfang Terrace was built on top of a 7-story high platform. The 7 steps added together are more than 10 feet long. This means that even if you want to jump from the balcony, you won't fall into the water. Instead, you'll fall to your death on the high platform and become a pile of minced meat." Chapter 330. Zhou Yang's face was buried so that no one could see his expression, but his voice was still confused. I used something. Yes, there were a lot of bamboos on the terrace. I used the flexibility of the bamboos to swing. There were also trees. There were a lot of big willows planted on the riverbank. I first jumped on the willows, then jumped into the river. Ning Shu had already seen through him. She slowly shook her head. "Impossible. I checked every single one of those bamboos. I didn't find any traces of the leverage you mentioned. As for the willows you mentioned, tell me which one you jumped from. Jumping from such a high place, there must be traces of broken branches. I will immediately send people to search for it." Being completely forced into a dead end by Ning Shu, Zhou Xiang's mouth opened and closed, as if it was gagged. For a long time, he was unable to speak again, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. After a long time, he weakly and vaguely said, "At that time, I was panicking after killing someone, and the sky was completely dark. As for the specifics, I don't remember clearly." Ning Shu stood up and walked in front of him. She looked at him deeply and said, "Is it because you can't remember clearly or because you can't make up a lie anymore? Zhou Yang, you said that you did this case alone, but you can't hide from this point. Now, there are only 2 possibilities. Either you conspired with others, or the murderer isn't you at all. It's me. I did it all by myself. Zhou Yang raised his knees excitedly. He wanted to rush to Ningshu, but the runner next to him immediately pressed him down. This seemingly simple and honest young man was like a crazy wild bull. His eyes were red as he shouted, "Aren't you in a hurry to solve the case? Aren't you looking for the murderer? It's me. Don't implicate others." Ningshu saw pity in him. She said, "I'll ask you one last question. Do you hate the envoy so much that you pierced 9 holes in his body?" "Yes, I hate him. I want to cut him into pieces." Ningshu had already understood what was going on. She sighed softly, "You're wrong. There weren't 9 holes in his body, there were 8. Are you going to say that you were too emotional to remember? You spent so much effort to kill the person you hated the most in your life. You must have remembered every stab you made on him. How could you be wrong? In addition, you said that you drugged him and stabbed him with a knife that you had prepared beforehand. However, you neglected one point from the beginning to the end. The real cause of death of the envoy was not a knife wound. Zhou Yang, stop lying. You didn't kill them. You turned yourself in just to take the blame for However, not only will you not be able to save her, you will also be implicated." The deputy couldn't take it anymore and immediately retorted, "How could he not be the killer? Then what's with this pair of shoes? Also, he was once an apprentice in a locksmith shop, and you deliberately sneaked into the Fang seeking station. These are all traceable. Even if he wasn't the one who killed them, he was still an accomplice." "I understand now. Li Yi must have conspired with Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang opened the lock and Li Yi killed him. After killing him, Zhou Yang left and Li Yi locked the door. Then, she disguised herself as a girl from the Fang seeking station and sneaked out." No matter what the deputy said, Zhou Yang only clenched his teeth and insisted that there was no accomplice. He did it all alone. He was so stubborn and refused to reveal anything else. Ningshu's throat was smoking, but there was nothing she could do. She could only let the bailiffs take him away for a trial. When Zhou Yang was handcuffed and taken out of the court, Tan Siwei thought for a while and asked, "Why did you go to Dong Laishan to work a month ago?" Zhou Yang, who had been charging forward like a warhorse, twitched his eyes. After a long time, he replied, "To earn money. We were supposed to get married next month, but my family has always been poor. I couldn't give Li Yi a lively and beautiful wedding. I couldn't even afford a decent bridal head ornament, so I could only paint the outside of the copper jewelry to replace gold." Although Li Yi didn't say it, I felt guilty. Coincidentally, I heard that Dong Laishan was recruiting workers. Although the reputation there wasn't good, the salary was high, so I went. I thought that I would only work for 2 months. Even if I couldn't earn a full set of gold head ornaments, I could at least buy a gold hairpin. I couldn't let her suffer too much. On the night of the 7th day of the 5th month, Li Yi went to the Fang seeking station to deliver flowers to Miss Susu. I happened to meet her. We hadn't seen each other for a few days, so I pulled her to a corner and secretly talked for a while. Drip, a tear finally fell from his reddened eyes. Then, he raised his rough hand and slapped his own face. "Actually, it's all my fault. If I hadn't pulled Li Yi to talk, she might not have met that bastard. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I'm the one who deserves to die the most." It was just a slap, but it left a bloody palm on his face. It represented his deep regret. Huima's nose turned sour when he saw this. He couldn't bear to look away. Chapter 331. Except for Tan Siwei, everyone in the Dali Temple agreed with Li Yi, and Zhou Yang's conjecture of conspiring to kill. Even Minister Feng Jing, after hearing that there was evidence and that the culprit had confessed, couldn't wait to go to the palace to report the good news to the emperor. Ning Shu argued strongly, but it was difficult for her to resist the war of words of so many people. She knew that this case was like a sword on a beam and a rope around the neck. Everyone related to it couldn't wait to get rid of it. Especially now that someone had taken the initiative to confess, it was simply a great thing that couldn't be asked for. However, this little Ning Shu actually bragged about the so-called truth and axiom. She simply overestimated herself. A deputy minister sneered at Ning Shu and said, "Eldest Miss Ning, this official knows that you want to learn from your master and become a female Zhuge goddess. You want to make a name for yourself, you want to shake the 9 regions. But don't forget, you are first and foremost a citizen of the Great Yu State. This case is extraordinary, 5 days will pass in a flash. Do you want to ruin the fate of the entire Great Yu Empire for your own reputation? Or do you want to see with your own eyes the scene of the common people dying tragically under the swords of the Southern Yan Empire, the scene of millions of corpses?" Ning Shu straightened her back, her eyes were as clear as water. She fearlessly welcomed the questioning from all directions. "Darren thinks too highly of my daughter. Isn't my daughter's reputation already bad in the 9 regions? Why do I need to make a name for myself? If I really want an undeserved reputation like Darren said, I dare to ask Buddha to immediately strike me with 5 thunders. However, Darren, there are so many flaws in Zhou Yang's testimony. Anyone with ears can distinguish it. Just based on that pair of shoes, it can only prove that he was at the scene of the crime. How can it prove that he participated in the crime? And Li Yi, can't even say the process of the crime. Just based on our subjective assumptions, isn't it shirking responsibility and fabricating an unjust case? Do you dare to raise your head and look at the 4 words justice, written by Emperor Gaozu on the screen wall of the Dali Temple?" The deputy minister's face was red with anger. He stretched out his hand and angrily said, "A hen takes charge of the morning. With a witch like you here, my Great Yu is doomed." Hui Immerse stepped in front of Ning Shu and said sarcastically, "Because of you old fogies and hypocrites, Great Yu is going to perish." On one side was his peer, and on the other side was his sweetheart. Tan Siwei stood in the middle and was in a dilemma. He tried to ease the tension many times, but it was useless. Amidst the noisy debate, Feng Jing, who had always pretended to be deaf and mute, half opened his eyes and slowly said, "Justice and justice are the principles of the world. We dare not worship them and worship them as if they are gods. It's just that this old man is old, so today I'll take advantage of my seniority and ask Lady Ning, which is more, 2 or 1 million?" Ning Shu had a vague feeling that he wanted to say something, but she had to answer, 1 million. Feng Jing continued, "Then 2 lives and 1 million lives, which is more, which is less?" Ning Shu silently clenched her fist. Under the sky, above the earth, millions of people in the world only have 1 life each. Ning Shu thinks that 2 people and 1 million people should not be compared, and should not be compared, because no one has the right to take away another's life without any reason, and even more unable to decide the life and death of another. Feng Zhang's presbyopic eyes finally opened completely. There was some appreciation in his eyes, and then he continued to ask, "Then I'll let you make your own decision now. If there was a choice in front of you, to sacrifice yourself and save the country, including all your family in this country, what would you choose?" Her palm clenched even tighter, and there was a painful taste. Ning Shu's eyelashes trembled violently. Her voice was incomparably hoarse, but in the end, she could not help but follow her heart, country. Chapter 332. That's right, Feng Jing laughed, closed his eyes and nodded happily. First there is the country, then there is the family, after the family, there is the continuous and endless succession of children. If you can exchange the smallest sacrifice for the biggest reward, why not do this deal? In front of millions, tens of thousands of lives, is the justice of two people really that important? Even if the gods want to strike us with lightning, it will strike the dozens of heads of our Supreme Court. As long as the other people can be safe, what's wrong with us stubborn and pedantic old bones being the bad guys? If we are struck by lightning and broken into pieces, let it go with the wind. It can be considered as an apology for the two of them. But Ning Shu's heart was filled with unwillingness, and indignation for Li Yi, and Zhou Yang. These rich and complicated emotions all condensed into a long exhale from Ning Shu's mouth. She calmed down. The moment of wavering had been stomped out by her feet, and she found her unique firmness again. Lord Feng, Southern Yen gave me 5 days, and now only a day and a half has passed. To close the case so hastily like this, isn't it a bit too rushed? Does Lord Feng have so little confidence in the Supreme Court? Please believe me and let me continue to investigate. Before the 5 days are up, I will give this case a satisfactory result. I, Ning Shu, will do what I say. Seeing this, Tan Siwei immediately stood up and bowed. Lord, Lady Ning solved the 2 major cases of Phoenix Terrace and Xianqing Temple. You have seen it with your own eyes. Do you still have doubts about Lady Ning's ability? This official also vouches for her with the black veil on my head. She will definitely be able to solve this case. Lord, please don't report this case to the Emperor for the time being. Feng Zheng's gaze fell on Ning Shu for a long time, and then looked at Tan Siwei. He fell into a long period of hesitation, and finally shook his head. This case is too big. This official is unable to bear the responsibility. Why don't we report the details to His Majesty, and ask His Majesty? Ning Shu's heart jumped. If this was reported to His Majesty, then Li Yi, and Zhou Yang would definitely have no way to live. There's no need to report. Li Yi, is not involved in this case. A clear and cold voice came from outside the courtroom. Ning Shu immediately responded and looked back. She saw Xiahou Qing, dressed in a frosty robe, unhurriedly step in with Juicy's support. Seeing him, Ning Shu's eyes couldn't help but light up, and she took a few steps towards him. Hearing Ning Shu's voice, Xiahou Qing tilted his head slightly at her and replied, the corner of his lips curled up slightly before he continued to speak to Feng Jing. On the night of the incident, Li Yi, knelt in front of the Buddha statue in the Xianggua Temple for the entire night. A novice monk saw her at midnight and advised her to leave, but she knelt until the next morning before leaving. One of the deputy temple heads immediately said, "Has that little monk been watching her all this time?" The envoy died between midnight and the next morning. Even if she was indeed at the Xianggua Temple at midnight, she could have rushed to Shi City to kill people after that. Zhou Si helped Xiahou Qing into the room. Feng Jing yelped. Seeing this, he wished he could give the chair under his butt to Xiahou Qing. Fortunately, Xiahou Qing didn't like that seat. He sat on the side and slowly asked a question. How far is it from the Xianggua Temple to Xuanfang Terrace? How many roads are there? Ning Shu only thought for a moment before she understood what he meant. She smiled slightly and relaxed. Chapter 333. Tan Siwei took the road map of the imperial capital from the bailiff and dipped the brush in ink. There are 3 routes in total. The first one is to go south from the Xianggua Temple, cross the bridge to Zhuke Street in the city, then turn left and go west through Shishui Street to reach Shi City. The second one is to take Qintai Road to Yuigong Street, then continue west through Chongren Lane to Xuanfang Terrace on the other side of the river. The last one is to take a boat from Zhuke Street to go west along the river. If you walk, the second route is shorter, but it will still take at least 2 hours. If you take the water route, the journey is shorter, but going against the river is more than twice as slow as walking, and the time spent will be longer. In other words, even if Li took the second route, it would take at least 3/4 of an hour to reach Shi City. It would be impossible for her to sneak into Xuanfang Terrace, kill people, and escape in the remaining 15 minutes. The deputy was still unwilling to give up. What if it was a carriage? Wouldn't a carriage run much faster than walking? Xiaoqing took the tea that Feng Jing personally served, took a sip, and put it aside. A carriage is even easier to investigate. A poor person like her definitely can't afford a carriage, so she can only hire one from outside. Strangers meet by chance, and after business is done, they will part ways. As long as a reward notice is posted on the street, the coachman will definitely sell her out. Moreover, don't forget that there are night patrols in Yongchengwei. The carriage is so long from the Xianghua Temple to Shi City, the possibility of it not being discovered is almost zero. With irrefutable evidence, if they forcefully put the blame on Li then they would be violating justice in broad daylight and creating an unjust case. The last person who raised doubts silently shut his mouth. Feng Jing nodded and said, "If so, then this case indeed has nothing to do with Li. However, Zhou Xiang is still a suspect, so forgive me for not letting him go." Ning Shu nodded in understanding. Feng Jing bowed slightly and said, "I will have to trouble Lady Ning to solve this case as soon as possible. I will entrust this case to you on behalf of everyone in the Supreme Court." Ning Shu also curtsied in return. "Sir, you are too polite. This is my duty." After being busy for half a day, Li was finally cleared of suspicion. As for Zhou Yang, if they continued to interrogate him, they would eventually get new clues. The people in the court dispersed. Ning Shu exhaled and walked to Xiaoqing with stars in her eyes. "Thank goodness Your Highness came in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." Xiaoqing supported his forehead with one hand. "Aren't you usually quite eloquent and good at talking back to me? Why are you so scared now?" Ning Shu lamented, "Isn't this a case of 2 fists being no match for 4 hands? Random fists can kill an old master. The old master, was killed by 8 hands, 10 hands, and 12 hands working together. Useless." Ning Shu didn't mind at all. "With His Highness here, what can I do?" The corners of Xiaoqing's mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. On the side, Tan Siwei looked at the natural and harmonious atmosphere between the two. His eyes darkened slightly. He walked forward and showed a polite smile. "Sir Feng has agreed to let Li out first. However, she will inevitably be beaten 20 times for disturbing the court. However, I will instruct the officers to beat her as gently as possible. Your Highness, Shu, do you think we need to interrogate her again?" Ning Shu pondered for a moment and then said, "After the punishment, can you ask Xiaoqing to make an exception and let me take her to see Zhou Xiang?" Tan Siwei showed an awkward expression. "According to the law, it is not allowed. However." "All right, Shu, wait for a moment. I will be back soon." Chapter 334. Not long after, Tan Siwei brought Li in person. After being beaten, her face was pale. But compared with her body, her soul should be more painful. Her eyes were full of complicated sadness. She looked more withered than when Tan Siwei saw her in the morning. "Benefactor, why did you save me? This case started from me. I have sins that can't be washed away. Please let me end this case. Don't investigate anyone, and don't arrest Brother Zhou anymore. He is a good man. Except for my mother, he is the best person to me in the world." Ning Shu said, I don't know what you were thinking, but I can tell you one thing clearly. Zhou Xiang may know something, or he may have conspired with others, but he is not the one who killed you. Li Er's tears stopped. He didn't kill me. You will know when you see him later. Tan Siwei took the token of Xiaoqing and ordered the guard to open the door. Hearing that Li was acquitted, Zhou Xiang was stunned for a short time. At first, he suspected that it was a trap for him. Until he saw Li standing in front of him, he was willing to let down his guard. They hugged each other and cried across the cold and rusty iron prison. Hui Mo rubbed his nose and felt that the current situation was incredible. So the current situation is, Li thought that Zhou Xiang killed her, so she came to turn herself in. Zhou Xiang bowed his head and confessed in order to protect Li. Are these two people out of their minds? Are they fighting to confess this crime? Ning Shu looked at the two who were licking each other's wounds with tears in their eyes and said, "Love is not something that can be judged by common sense. It can make people feel sweet, but it can also make people feel heartbroken. It can drive people to the end of the road, but it can also make people feel bitter. It has an indescribable magic. If it can completely follow reason, then it is not love." Hui Mo sneered and said with fear, "They are desperate, but they can still be happy. That is really terrible. I have to stay away from it for the rest of my life." Ning Shu couldn't help laughing. Have you ever eaten a green fruit? It was a fruit from the south. When it was ripe, it was green with a tinge of yellow. The first bite was extremely sour, making people want to spit it out. But after the first bite, you would experience a kind of wonderful and long sweetness, leaving you with a rich aftertaste. As long as one tasted it, there was no one who didn't love and hate it. In the end, they couldn't stop themselves. Because you know that no matter how bitter it is, it's just a prelude to sweetness. What if the green fruit you choose is bad and doesn't taste sweet at all? Ning Shu's voice was like the snow that melted in the palm and the bud that was spat out by the branches. That depends on whether your heart is sweet or not. If your heart is not sweet, then throw it away as soon as possible. If your heart is sweet, then even if it's arsenic, it's still caramel sugar. Hui Mo blinked his eyes. Really? Even I want to try it. Standing behind Ning Shu, Xiaoqing pursed his lips as if he was tasting the bitter aftertaste of the green fruit. Li couldn't stay here for a long time. After letting them talk for a while, Tan Siwei ordered people to take Li away. Ning Shu stepped forward and looked at Zhou Yang, who was in a daze. She said, "The suspicion of Li has been cleared. You should tell everything now. Otherwise, even the gods can't save you." What kind of sadness will Li fall into? Think about it carefully. Zhou Yang covered her face in pain. After a while, she said with a hoarse voice, "I did plan to kill him that night, so I used the roast mutton to go upstairs. I took the opportunity to open the door and went out. These are all true. But when I arrived at Xuanfang Terrace and found him, he was already dead. His death was extremely tragic. The blood flowing out of his body was still warm. I was scared, so I didn't notice that I stepped on half a bloody footprint. After realizing it, I quickly took off my boots and ran out from the secret passage barefoot. Because I was too scared, I accidentally fell into the water and went home with wet clothes. I thought it was Li who did it, so I confessed. I really didn't kill him. Please, you must save me. I will marry Li next month. I must marry her in this life. Please, please." Zhou Yang lost control of her emotions. Her eyes were red, and her forehead hit the ground. Chapter 335. We wanted to help you, but you did arrive at the scene of the crime at a sensitive time. This is really... Tan Siwake shook his head slightly and sighed in a low voice. He really didn't want to say the word difficult to provoke him. Tan Siwake thought for a moment and said, unless you can think of a way to prove your innocence. Zhou Xiang's tall body tensed up, and an unbearable amount of grief spread across his face. There is another way, and that is to find the murderer as soon as possible. Ning Shu's calm voice pulled Zhou Yang out of the abyss of despair. From now on, you have to promise that there is no lie in every word you say. If you can't do it, then don't blame us for not helping you. Zhou Yang nodded repeatedly. Okay. I swear. I won't hide anything from you. If I can't do it, then let me die here. Ning Shu began to ask questions. When did you enter Xuanfang Terrace, and when did you leave? From the time you entered to the time you left, what did you do? Who did you see? Tell me everything. Our shop has always had a rule of closing at midnight, and that day was no exception. After that, I spent about 15 minutes preparing. When no one was around, I rowed a small boat from the Chaobai River to the entrance of the secret passage, and went upstairs using the wooden ladder. I was afraid that someone would pass by and see me, so I leaned against the door and listened for a long time. When I didn't hear anything, I dared to open the secret passage door and go out. At that time, I estimated that it should be 1:15. At that time, almost everyone on the third floor was asleep. Only the room on the east side had some movements. It was very intense. But from the sounds, it didn't seem to be that bastards. So I went to the other rooms and blew sleeping incense into them. I quietly went in to take a look and found Miss Susu sleeping alone. Her maid was sleeping on the couch next to her. I was very puzzled and looked around everywhere, but I couldn't find him. I could only go to the terrace. I didn't expect him to be there, but he was lying on his back, dead. I was scared out of my wits and quickly ran away. Because I fell into the river and was tossed around for a long time, it was almost 3:00 when I came ashore. Ning Shu memorized the time points in her heart. From the beginning to the end, you didn't find a single suspicious person or thing. Zhou Xiang wiped his face in disgust. No. Although I went with the intention of perishing together with them, I have never killed anyone before. So, from the beginning to the end, I was on tenterhooks and didn't dare to light a lamp when it was dark. I only dared to blow a match. I didn't notice anything unusual. Then why did you stand on the back of the wooden ladder before going upstairs through the secret passage? Now it was Zhou Yang's turn to be stunned. What back of the wooden ladder? I didn't. If there was someone walking in the secret passage, there would be a light and there would be footsteps. When I didn't see anything, I went straight up. No. Ning Shu frowned suspiciously and took out something from the oiled paper bag. Is this blue cloth from your clothes? Zhou Yao looked at it carefully. I was wearing an old blue shirt that day. I was afraid that it would be stained with blood. After I got home, I quickly changed it and threw it into the pigsty. As for whether or not it was accidentally torn, I really didn't notice. Pigsty. The corner of Hui Mo's mouth twitched. That was really a good place. Ning Shu suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, my shopkeeper said that when you came back from the fragrant terrace for the first time, you fell down with mud all over your face. What happened? At that time, after I sneaked into the secret passage and unlocked the door, I ran up as fast as I could and pretended that nothing happened. I didn't dare to lean on the side of the road until I was far away from the gate. That day, there were 2 showers in a row during the day, so there was a big muddy pond on the ground. I was going to take a detour, but I didn't expect that a person suddenly jumped out from the side and bumped into me, so I fell into the muddy pond. The person was not tall and was very agile. When I looked back, he was already gone. Chapter 336. Ning Shu asked, "You said that you heard the guests in the restaurant talking about the secret passage and Shui Hongyi after they were drunk. Was it the same guest? Do you still remember what the guest looked like?" It was not the same group. A few old guests mentioned Shui Hongyi. I heard from the shopkeeper that they were old friends who had been having fun in Shi City all year round. They always liked to get together and talk about the past. The one who mentioned the secret passage came alone and asked for a private room. Then, he drank and sang. After he got drunk, he pulled me aside and said drunken things. The man looked like he was in his 40s. He looked ordinary and wore gray clothes. However, he looked very thin. His whole body was dry and his voice was very hoarse. It was like... Zhou Yang thought for a long time before he found the right words. The sound of sandpaper hitting wood was very scary. He only came once and never came again. Ning Shu turned back to look at Xiahou Qing. Both of them frowned at the same time. They tacitly thought of a person who had disappeared without a trace for a long time, the advisor in gray who manipulated Xiao Yunyan behind the scenes and then disappeared without a trace. As for the other details, Zhou Yang could not recall them no matter how hard he racked his brains. Ning Shu could only comfort Zhou Yang with a few words before walking out with Tan Siwei and Xiahou Qing. Ning Shu said, "I suspect that this is a carefully planned framing." Hui Mo was curious, "How do you know?" Ning Shu explained, "Yesterday, Tan Xiaoqing and I found the shape of a pair of footprints behind the wooden ladder. It means that someone has been standing there. The footprints are very clear, which means that the person has been standing there for a long time." Since Zhou Yang was willing to admit that the bloody footprints at the crime scene were left by him and that he was the one who opened the door, there was no need for him to lie about such a small detail. If the person standing behind the wooden ladder was not Zhou Yang, then it could only be the murderer. In addition, Zhou Yang said that he did not pay attention to the door lock after he left in a panic. So, who relocked the door? Could it be that from the time Zhou Xiang entered the building to the time he left, there was someone quietly standing behind the wooden ladder, silently observing his every move in the dark? Tan Siwei's expression was equally solemn as he shook his head with a sigh. If that's really the case, then the culprit can be considered to have used up all his tricks. After he understood, Hui Mo couldn't help but shiver in the hot weather. He was dumbfounded. It was more than just scheming. It was simply terrifying. He had set up such a huge trap, leading Zhou Xiang to take the initiative to become his helper, helping him open the secret door to the Search Fong platform. After killing the envoy, he had led Zhou Xiang to become his scapegoat step by step. As for him, he had been standing in the impenetrable darkness from beginning to end. Not even a single strand of his hair had been seen. Perhaps even the devil could not compare to this kind of scheming. Xiahou Qing said, "I don't believe that there is an unbreakable mechanism in this world. As long as there is a trace of wind, we can follow that trace of wind to find the hidden gap." Ning Shu looked at him in agreement. "I think so too." Xiahou Qing followed her voice and lowered his head. In the empty dungeon, his voice had the texture of jade knocking on celadone. "Which entrance are you going to choose next?" "Now, I'm mainly suspicious of two people." Before Ning Shu finished speaking, Xiahou Qing had already understood. "Li Yi, and Su Su." Ning Shu nodded. "Yes, it's the two of them." Tan Siwei said, "Hasn't Li Yi already cleared her name? Why do you still suspect her?" Ning Shu calmly said, "The suspicious points about Su Su are clearer. According to what Zhou Xiang said, he was indeed going to kill someone that night. Moreover, if the envoys happened to stay overnight in Su Su's room, he was going to kill both of them. But things are so mysterious. The envoy left early and died, but Susu was left alive. Was she really that lucky, or was there some other reason? In addition, she had a hidden illness before, but she still accepted the envoy as a guest. It's worth thinking about. As for Li, it's impossible for her to kill someone, but it doesn't mean that she has completely eliminated her relationship with the case. On the contrary, there are two things that I think are very strange about her. First, the first thing she said when she saw me was, "Benefactor, why did you save me? This case started with me. I have a sin that can't be washed away." Where did this sin come from? Even if she wanted to take the blame, the envoy humiliated her first. He was her enemy. Even if she wanted to avenge herself, it was not against the law, but it was understandable. She shouldn't have such thoughts. Second, her actions. That night, Zhou Xiang went to take revenge behind her back, but she, the real victim, went to the Dashiangua temple and knelt in front of the Buddha statue for the whole night. That Buddha statue is a double-faced Buddha. One side is fate, the other side is regret. Which side is she kneeling on? Chapter 337. At the same time, Li walked out of the prison under the lead of the officer. On the way, she passed by the cages where the procuress, the pimp, and others were locked up. Seeing her walking out safely, the procuress, who was trimming her nails, raised her head and sneered, "She was released, but we still have to suffer in here." The other girls next to her agreed angrily, "That's right." Susu sighed softly and said softly, "She also has a hard life." "Mom, don't ridicule her like this." Yin Shui and others mocked, "She does have a hard life, but don't we have a hard life in the cage? We can't stand it for one night. Aren't we suffering all the time in Shi City, the capital, and the world? We have a hard life, but at least we don't implicate anyone. We just eat the bitterness as honey, unlike some people who are so pretentious that they want to drag the whole world down with them." Yin Shui's voice was very loud. It was obvious that she said it deliberately for Li to hear. Li's steps were stiff, and her face was obviously worse. "Yin Shui." Susu walked over and pulled her. Only then did Yin Shui snort from her nostrils and shut her mouth. Li's eyelashes trembled. She didn't dare to look at them. She quickened her pace and left here as if she was escaping. Susu raised her eyes and looked at Li's back deeply. A quiet lake shattered by the rain flashed in her eyes, and then she slowly turned her back. Forsythia, who had already mingled with them, saw a delicate and lovely sachet on her waist. She curiously said, "Sister Susu, your sachet is so beautiful and it smells sweet. No wonder you smell good all the time. It smells so good. Where did you buy it? When I get out, I will ask my mother to buy one for me." Susu's eyes flashed. She pinched the sachet and put it into her clothes quietly. "Oh, child's son took me out of the building on the night of the Lunar New Year's Eve. He bought it by chance when we passed by a small stall in East Market. I don't remember the specific location. But the sachet is almost the same. You can buy one casually. Well, I will go to East Market too. I just don't know if I can get out of here. Sister Susu, I'm so scared." Forsythia's eyes were filled with tears. Susu was a few years older than her. She hugged her like a little sister and patted her back. She murmured, "It will be fine. We will all be fine." Walking out of the prison, Ning Shu continued to unravel the mystery. "Other than these two people, there's still something I can't figure out. Although the sound of the opening and closing of the secret passage is not loud, in the dead of night, the sound of a needle dropping on the ground would be particularly clear. The secret passage has been opened and closed several times. Did none of the guests on the third floor notice it? Tan Siwei thought for a moment and said, according to what Zhou Xiang said just now, the commotion in the easternmost room was bigger, so they covered up the other sounds. Ning Shu asked, who is staying in the easternmost room of the Seeking Fragrant Terrace? Miss Su and the fourth young master of the Jiang family. According to their confession, the two of them spent the whole night. Tan Siwei flipped through the testimony book. His eyes were wide open and his face was hot. He thought for a long time before he chose a subtle word. Ahem, they didn't sleep much. In order to cover up his embarrassment, he quickly took a sip of tea. What did they do the whole night? Ning Shu's mouth twitched. They are really energetic. Were they not afraid of the wind? She seemed to have heard of the fourth young master of the Jiang family somewhere. Oh right, he was the playboy who dragged Cloud Leaf to the moon-embracing lake to see Nainu during the Phoenix Terrace case. He was really everywhere in the brothel. Hui Mo was in a daze for a while. When he woke up, he only heard the last two sentences. He curiously asked, "It's just one night. Is it a great ability? My young master can do it for 3 days and 3 nights. Tan Siwei almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Pfft. Ning Shu. The bailiff serving by the side all looked at Xiahou Qing in shock and admiration. This legendary fairy-like young master of the Xiahou family actually had such an ability. He really made all the men in the world admire him. Xiahou Qing's face instantly darkened. Chapter 338. Being scratched by a naughty cat, Ning Shu said sourly, 3 days and 3 nights. Your Highness is really smart and capable. I really admire you. She didn't know which girl he was talking to. She snorted in her heart and couldn't help but add, but I still advise Your Highness to be careful. Hui Mo said proudly, yes, don't you know who our Shitzi is? Ah. Before he finished talking, he was hit by a golden bead and his acupoint was sealed. Hui Mo hurriedly begged Juicy to unseal his acupoint. He felt wronged and said, I didn't talk nonsense. 3 years ago, 50,000 soldiers of the vassal state disguised as refugees and forced their way into the border of Yunyan. They almost broke through the line of defense. Prince was trapped in the city because of his old injury. Wasn't it you who was ordered to rescue him? You led 8,000 soldiers of Yunyan to fight for 3 days and 3 nights without sleeping. Finally, you won the battle with fewer soldiers. You not only kept the border, but also killed Prince Xian of the vassal state. Your heroism is unparalleled. So this was what he meant by 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone was silent and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hui Mo was still confused. Xiahou Qing's face turned from black to white. He sneered and ordered, if you still want your tongue, don't talk too much in the future if you don't know how to speak. The old blue cloth that Zhou Xiang wore that day is still in his house. Go and get the evidence. Hui Mo lowered his head sullenly and said, yes, I will go now. Since Crown Prince Xiahou was angry, the other bailiffs sensibly stood outside and tried their best not to provoke Crown Prince Xiahou. Xiahou Qing raised his eyebrows in the direction of Ning Shu, smart and capable. He stretched out his hand and Juicy knowingly poured a new cup of tea. Ning Shu quickly snatched it and sent it to Xiahou Qing, Your Highness is young and talented. Your reputation has already spread far and wide in Zhouzhou. Isn't this smart and capable? Xiahou Qing didn't take it and said, admirable. Ning Shu smiled apologetically. Your Highness, you fought against 50,000 with 8,000 men, and in the end, you were still able to win despite being outnumbered. This little girl is truly in awe. Xiahou Qing, careful not to hurt yourself. Ning Shu was dripping with cold sweat. For the sake of the people and the country, you fought for 3 days and 3 nights without sleeping. Everyone who heard of you was filled with respect and treated you as a role model. However, this is indeed harmful to your health. I'm really worried about your highness' health. Xiahou Qing's lips twitched. If that's the case, I should thank you instead. Ning Shu said modestly, you're welcome. It's what I should do. Xiahou Qing raised his hand and flicked her forehead. What a glib tongue. But at least he had accepted the tea that she had offered. Ning Shu rubbed her forehead, which didn't hurt much. She chuckled as she straightened her back and stood beside him. Tan Siwei stared at them in a daze. It seemed that other than the few days in prison, Ning Shu had never shown such a bright and lively smile in front of him. What was going on? Why did some things seem to be completely different from what he had imagined? He felt a slight pain in his heart. He withdrew his gaze and continued to flip through the testimony book in his hand without saying anything. Hui Mo didn't want to speak at all, and he couldn't say a word. He stood in front of the Zhou family's pigsty with a wooden face, feeling the cheerful humming of those lively and cute fat pigs, and the fragrance that was everywhere in the pigsty. In addition, there were piles of freshly baked pig dung. He retched and held back his tears. Step by step, he walked into the innermost part of the pig pen, as if he was going to die. Why was he always the one who got hurt? Chapter 339. Hui Mo quickly found the clothes and threw it in front of Ning Shu. With a wooden face, he ran straight to the well. He picked up a bucket of water and washed it on his right hand. After washing one bucket of water after another, until his hand could no longer feel anything. Then, he picked up a row of small knives that he used to dissect corpses and took turns to cut his wrist. After that, he went to pull out his sword. It was as if he was thinking about which way to cut off his hand would be faster and less painful. Shi Yan strolled over and looked at him like he was crazy. What's wrong with you? Hui Mo said, my hand, it's dirty. If it's dirty, just wash it. Hui Mo's 2 watery eyes were full of tears, and he said with grief and indignation, there are some things that can't be done. Once you do it, you can't wash it clean anymore. When he walked into the pigsty and was about to reach out to pick up the old clothes, a fat and cute pig excitedly ran over and gave birth to a pile of poop, which happened to land on the back of his hand. Even though his hand was almost bald from washing, that steaming hot feeling still lingered in his mind like a nightmare, and he was afraid that he would not be able to get rid of it in this lifetime. Shi Yan patted his shoulder sympathetically and comforted him, hey, my hand is also dirty. No, it should be my back, my face, and my mouth are all dirty. His friend's miserable experience was always the best way to comfort his wounded heart. Hui Mo said, what's wrong with you? Shi Yan said with grief and indignation, yesterday, Lady Ning's secret guard, the one called Zigui, was poisoned and injured, right? His Highness actually ordered me to serve her. Do you know? Women. That's a terrible woman. Not only did I have to carry her on my back, but I also had to watch over her at night and serve her medicine. She was in a coma, and the medicine didn't taste good. I also had to find a straw and feed it to her bit by bit. Hui Mo, Shi Yan said, the most hateful thing was that some of the medicine flowed down her neck because she couldn't swallow it, so I had to help her wipe it. Then I pulled open her collar, and when she opened her eyes, she slapped me. I'm so angry. How can there be such an unreasonable woman? She's beautiful and powerful. I don't want to see her. Don't you think so? Hui Mo looked at him coldly. After a while, he raised his sword and waved it. I'll kill you. Ning Shu was speechless as she watched the commotion in the rear courtyard. She turned back to look at Xiahou Qing, who was usually calm and steady, calmly sipping tea. Once again, she had great doubts about the way His Highness picked up and raised children. Ning Shu deliberated for a long time before whispering, "Your Highness, aren't you afraid that they'll go overboard?" Xiahou Qing was very casual. "It's always like this in the palace. Don't worry, no one will die." So the only requirement was not to kill anyone. The corner of Ning Shu's mouth twitched. "Your Highness really has a unique way of raising children. It's true that I'm not very good at raising children. Most of the time, I let them grow up with their nature, as long as they remain pure and kind. Now that you mention it, I was indeed a little too lenient." Xiahou Qing's fingertips on his forehead gently tapped. "But it doesn't matter. It's enough if there's one person in a family who can teach children. Don't you think so?" His thin lips slightly opened. His tone was as plain as usual, but it invisibly made Ning Shu's legs go soft. Her whole heart was about to ripple. She hurriedly coughed to cover up her embarrassment. "Oh, it should be so." Xiahou Qing's mouth raised a faint arc. "That's good." He picked up the teacup and took a sip. She didn't know if the tea was too moist or something else, but a drop of tea stained his lips and flashed a faint light. Ning Shu's eyes were also glued to it. Her 6 senses were not clean. Chapter 340. She hurriedly forced herself to withdraw her gaze and turn back to sit in front of the table. She murmured, "Beauty destroys the country, beauty destroys the country." Then she could put dodgy aside for the time being. She calmed down and carefully alienated the clues she had obtained so far, as well as the points to be investigated. She had just made a comparison and found that a piece of the back of the clothes was indeed scratched, which was exactly the same as the strip of cloth found before. Looking at the relationship between the characters and the events drawn on the paper, Ning Shu's eyes were deep in thought. She put down the pen and walked to the backyard, clapping her hands and calling the naughty children to come over. "Stop fooling around. There are a few things that we have to hurry up with now. First, we have to find out what happened on the night of the 7th of May. We have to ask about every detail. Li Yi should still be hiding something important from us. Second, we need to check Susu's family background. If I'm not wrong, she has a lot to do with this case. Third, we need to try to find the person who knocked Zhou Yang into the mud pit. Ask if anyone passing by saw it. I suspect that this strip of cloth was deliberately cut off by that person and then hung behind the wooden ladder to frame him." Hui Mo said. "Zhou Yang said that the person who knocked him down was not very tall. The person's height probably reached his ear." Isn't that similar to Xiaoqing's appearance? Then I'll draw a rough appearance according to Xiaoqing's back. It's convenient to find him." "What nonsense are you talking about?" He was talking nonsense. Ning Shu immediately hit him on the head and apologized to Tan Siwei on his behalf. "Xiaoqing, please don't lower yourself to his level. Children's words carry no harm." Hui Mo muttered, "Oh, I just said it casually. Do you have to be so cruel? And Xiaoqing has a good temper. No matter how I tease him, he won't be angry. How can he bear a grudge against me? Don't you think so, Xiaoqing?" Tan Siwei was stunned for a moment. He looked at Hui Mo with eyes full of surprise. It seemed that he was wondering why Hui Mo didn't get angry no matter how he teased him. However, his good upbringing still made him reply, "Oh, yes, it's just a casual joke. It doesn't matter." Only then did Hui Mo realize that he seemed to have inadvertently revealed a flaw. He quickly shut his mouth and pretended to be stupid while admiring the beautiful shape of the beam. Ning Shu pulled the topic back to cover for him. "In addition, we need to arrange a few people to keep an eye on Li Yi. Tan Siwei said, "Leave this matter to me. I will arrange for spies from the Supreme Court to keep an eye on her family." Ning Shu said, "That's good. Su is still in the Supreme Court. I'll leave her to you." Shi Yan was responsible for taking people to investigate the details of the 7th day of the 5th lunar month. Tianwen was responsible for investigating Su's background. Huema was responsible for investigating the nameless man who knocked down Zhou Xiang that day. Everyone received their respective tasks and dispersed. Ning Shu and Xiahou Qing stood in front of the famous double-faced Buddha in the Great Xianghua Temple. As usual, the Buddhist temple was full of pilgrims. Especially in front of the double-faced Buddha, there were countless believers. Pious sandalwood and everlasting lamps were burning everywhere. On one hand, it was fate. Countless good men and women prayed for a good marriage in this life under the Buddha. On the other hand, it was regret. Believers who had committed karma knelt in front of the Buddha with a heart full of remorse. They only prayed that the Buddha could be merciful and forgive their sins. The ground was full of tears. When such two completely different groups of people were put together, it was particularly unreal. The young Buddhist monk squeezed out of the crowd who had nowhere to go. He was sweating and saluted to the two. Ning Shu returned the salute and said sorry for troubling the young master. She began to listen to him talk about what happened that night. That benefactress was very strange. He said, "That night, I was patrolling the temple. I did see the benefactress kneeling in the direction of the double-faced Buddha outside the wall of the temple for a night. I have seen a lot of pious pilgrims, but not many of them were like her. She didn't speak or light a lamp. She just knelt there with her hands clasped together and silently wept. I asked her to leave, but she didn't respond. I could only let her go. Every day in our temple, I got up at 2 in the morning to do morning prayers. When I opened the temple door, I didn't expect her to still be there. I went to ask her what happened. She said 3 words, 'I regret.' Thereupon Shaoxing asked, 'Why do you regret?' Her face was very ugly. I then excused myself and left. In the end, I heard her say something in a low voice from afar. She kowtowed 3 times to the double-faced Buddha and silently staggered away. Xiahou Qin asked, "What did she say?" I was a little far away. I didn't hear it clearly. It seemed to be because of betrayal. Chapter 341. Betrayal. These 2 words kept spinning in Ning Shu's mind, causing her to be puzzled no matter how hard she thought. Betrayal was the opposite. Betrayal was the same. Going back on one's promise and going against one's heart was betrayal. Even if Li Yi felt that she had lost her innocence and implicated Zhou Xiang's reputation, she was forced by someone and not of her own free will. Thus, there was no betrayal. But if the person she betrayed was not Zhou Xiang, then who could it be? As for the word regret that came out of nowhere, what exactly was she regretting? As she pondered, the carriage slowly stopped in front of the Jiang family's gate. After pondering for a long time without any results, Ning Shu jumped out of the carriage first and walked over to the Jiang family's gate, banging on it. The servant asked, "Who is it?" "Ning Shu of Duke Guofu." The door opened a small crack. "What is the matter?" "I have been ordered to investigate the case of the envoy's sudden death. I would like to ask, my family's Darren is on official business and is not at home. Please go back." The servant finished speaking without any trace of politeness. Bang! The door was closed tightly. The force was so great that Ning Shu's nose was covered in dust. Ning Shu snorted twice and continued, "I am not here to see your family's Darren. Where is your family's 4th young master?" He was invited to the banquet that night and was one of the few people who did not leave from beginning to end. "I have a few questions to ask him." The servant was even more impolite. My family's young master is unwell and is inconvenient to receive guests. Everything that should be said has already been said to the people of the Supreme Court. Please do not disturb him again. Ning Shu, the servant said, why are you still not leaving? Our Jiang Fu does not welcome those who come uninvited. It was said that the Prime Minister's residence was a 7th-ranked official. This minister's residence was not to be outdone. Ning Shu glanced at Xiahou Qing beside her and said, Nanping Wang's heir apparent is right beside me. Are you sure you do not welcome him? The people in the door were obviously in a panic. There was a flurry of footsteps inside. Not long after, the golden door finally opened. Minister Jiang personally came to welcome Xiahou Qing. He wished he could bring Xiahou Qing in like Buddha. Seeing Ning Shu's mocking look, Minister Jiang immediately scolded the gatekeeper. What's the matter? Lady Ning was ordered by the emperor to investigate the case, but she dared to block the door without telling me. How preposterous. Lady Ning, please don't take offense. Hurry up and apologize to Lady Ning. Ning Shu waved her hand and teased, Minister, you worry too much. There is no need to be angry over such a trivial matter. After all, even a dog on the road knows how to rely on people's power. Minister, don't you think so? Minister Jiang blushed and his face twitched. He showed a guilty look. Oh. It's not that I take advantage of my seniority, but that my son is too disappointing. He doesn't do anything serious all day long. He only knows how to flirt all day. Since he came back from Xuanfang Terrace yesterday, he hasn't been well. Yesterday, he barely dealt with the Supreme Judiciary's inquiry and then fainted. We've invited several doctors, but now he can't even get up. I'm really ashamed. Xiahou Qing raised his eyebrows and said, What's the emergency of your son? Minister Jiang glanced at Ning Shu, who was also curious. His face was even more embarrassed. He was simply ashamed to see people. Prince Xiahou, the doctor said that his young qi was exhausted too much and he was frightened. It's the disease of yang deficiency, puff. Ning Shu tried hard to hold herself back for a long time to not lose her composure. No wonder the Jiang family's door was closed and they didn't cooperate. It was too shameful. He had such a disease at such a young age. If word got out, how could he raise his head in the capital? Even someone as calm as Xiahou Qing couldn't help but show a strange expression. Don't worry, Lord Jiang. We're just going to ask a few simple questions. We won't provoke the 4th young master. Minister Jiang couldn't refuse, so he could only say, okay. This way, please. He personally led the way in front. Ning Shu could finally see the 4th young master, who was out of control. His face was indeed pale, and his whole body was dripping with cold sweat. He was lying on the bed, and even breathing was too exhausting. Several doctors were brewing medicine beside him. Ginseng and monk's hood were thrown into the medicine stove as if they were free. Minister Jiang was angry and distressed. Fortunately, he turned his back and didn't look. Let me take his pulse. Xiahou Qing walked forward and said. The doctors didn't know who he was, but they felt that this person was extraordinary. They hurriedly lifted the 4th young master's weak arm and handed it to him. Ning Shu knew that he was a genius, but she didn't expect him to be so good at diagnosing and taking pulses. Therefore, she curiously craned her neck to take a look. After taking the 4th young master's pulse, she probed the 4th young master's forehead and neck. Then, she said, someone gave him an aphrodisiac, and a large dose. Minister Jiang immediately turned around. Who wants to harm my son? Chapter 342. No wonder 4th young Master Jiang was so brave that night and fought fiercely all night. Unexpectedly, he was drugged. No wonder Miss Wanwan said that fourth young master Jiang was especially passionate that night and refused to stop no matter how much she begged. It should have been the wine that was drugged, Ning Shu said. That night's banquet was very crowded, but only fourth young master was drugged. This means that it was not in the food that everyone could eat, but in the wine. Fourth young master, do you remember the situation that night? Did you notice anyone touching your wine? Jiang Si weakly said, that night, other than His Highness the Seventh Prince who left the banquet early, everyone was very happy. I was forced to drink a lot of wine. Later on, I really can't remember clearly. I only remember that the people sitting on my left were the envoy and Miss Susu, and on my right was eldest young Master Tan. Father, I was wronged. As he spoke, Jiang Si's tears flowed down. Minister Jiang hugged him with heartache, and the father and son wailed loudly. Good boy. Father, good boy. Father, her ears hurt from the howling, and she could not get anything else out of him. Ning Shu hurriedly pulled Xiahou Qing and ran out of the Jiang Fu, thinking, no wonder Jiang Si could be raised to such a debauchee appearance. This father's contribution cannot go unnoticed. It was only when they were one li away from the Jiang Fu that Ning Shu's buzzing ears finally calmed down, and she rubbed her temples. What's wrong? Xiahou Qing asked. Ning Shu sincerely said, my daughter takes back her previous words. Compared to Jiang Darren, His Highness the Heir's method of raising children cannot be more brilliant. Xiahou Qing asked again, only this? Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, His Highness's face is also very useful. Just now, it was all thanks to His Highness's presence. Otherwise, my daughter would not have been able to enter the Jiang Fu today. Xiahou Qing was still not satisfied, what else? Also, Ning Shu did not know if she was overthinking it or not, but His Highness the Heir seemed particularly different today. Could it be that he was acting spoiled? Ning Shu looked at him and said, also, His Highness looked very good in this frost-colored robe today. Xiahou Qing smiled and said, you have good taste. She was a little dizzy from that faint smile. Her cheeks were dyed with a thin layer of red and her palms were slightly warm. Pour me a cup of tea, Xiahou Qing said. All right. Ning Shu hurriedly poured a cup of tea and handed it to Xiahou Qing. When Xiahou Qing took the teacup, he didn't hold it tightly for the first time. Ning Shu hurriedly reached out to catch it for him, and the two hands held together. Ning Shu's heart was beating wildly. Her eyes first fell on their intertwined hands, and then unconsciously fell on his beautifully shaped thin lips again. She swallowed silently. No wonder King Zhou knew that Daji was a fox, but he could not escape from her evil hands. This was because some foxes in this world were born with the ability to take people's lives. There was one right in front of her. What to do? She seemed to be falling into the vixen's trap. Just as Ning Shu was distracted, the curtains of the horse carriage were suddenly pulled open. Ning Shu hurriedly retracted her hand, and the two separated. Heaven's Inquisition came in from outside, sweating profusely. He picked up the teapot on the table and poured the tea into his mouth. When the teapot was empty, he wiped his mouth and said with a smile of exultation, can you guess? Oh my God, Susu is actually the descendant of that female ghost. After he finished speaking, he realized that the atmosphere in the carriage was a little strange. He secretly glanced at Shizi's expression, and the alarm in his heart rang. He hurriedly wanted to leave. Xiahou Qing said lightly, since you're here, you can leave after you finish speaking. Heaven's Inquisition. It seemed that he was going to be beaten for making a mistake. What should he do? Hui Mo, He Yen, someone come and save me. Ning Shu suppressed the heat on her face. Business was more important, so she said seriously, which female ghost? Shui Hongyi. Heaven's Inquisition replied. He was still a little shocked. To be exact, she's the descendant of the Shui family. Shui Hongyi's ancestors were famous generals in the founding of our dynasty. Although the Shui family was not as glorious as their ancestors, it was still a general's residence. It was indeed a famous family. Susu's father was once a retainer of the Shui family. 24 years ago, General Shui was accused of colluding with the enemy and was executed by the emperor. His trusted subordinates were all demoted to slaves and could never rise again, including Susu's father. Now, almost all the people of the Shui family are dead. That's why I said that Susu is barely the descendant of Shui Hongyi. Chapter 343. Why is it Shui Hongyi again? This was the first thing that came to Ning Shu's mind after hearing the story. She had thought that Shui Hongyi was just a cover used by the murderer to cover up his crime. Who would have thought that one after another, people related to the case had deep connections with her? The old woman who was skinned and died was her servant when she was alive. The procuress of Xuanfang Terrace used to be her old acquaintance from the same brothel. Now, Susu is also related to her. This is already the third person related to Shui Hongyi. Xiahou Qing nodded. His brows showed that he was deep in thought. Ning Shu said, "Could it be that we were investigating in the wrong direction from the beginning?" She immediately denied this conjecture. But Li Yi, and Zhou Xiang have nothing to do with Shui Hongyi. Why was she chosen to be the target of the blame? Xiahou Qing said, "Perhaps this relationship was hidden very well and we didn't discover it. Or perhaps, the two were indirectly related through another person or another matter. In short, from the current situation, this Shui Hongyi is worth our time to investigate." Tianwen thought of something and joked, "Speaking of this Shui, Shaoqing Tan's cousin seems to also have the surname Shui. Could it be another person related to Shui Hongyi? Although my cousin's surname is also Shui, it's not that Shui family. It's the Shui family of Dingzhou. She's my aunt's daughter. Please don't misunderstand." When they returned to the Supreme Court and asked Tan Siwei about Shui Qiongwei, Tan Siwei hurriedly explained, "Although Qiongwei looks a little naughty, she's actually a very sensible child. Since she came to my house at the age of 5, I've watched her grow up. A case like the sudden death of an envoy, a little girl like her couldn't have been involved. Really, I can guarantee it with my life." Seeing that Tan Siwei was so anxious that sweat was about to come out of his forehead, Ning Shu hurriedly said, "Shaoqing, don't worry. I just suddenly thought of it and thought it was a coincidence, so I asked. Now that I know the truth, I don't want to misunderstand." Tan Siwei was relieved. He wiped the sweat from his temples and said, "That's good, that's good." He continued, "So, Shu wants to dig up Shui Hongyi's old case and investigate it again." "Yes. The case that Shui Hongyi committed that year was quite sensational at the time, and there should be a record of it in the Supreme Court. If possible, I would like to ask Shaoqing to send someone to take me there." "That's not a problem. I'll go with Shu." Ning Shu said, "Shaoqing is busy with official business. I can look for him myself." Tan Siwei said eagerly, "Don't worry, don't worry. This case is the most important thing right now. How can I watch you work alone? It's almost evening now, and we don't have much time left. One more person is one more helper." Ning Shu glanced at Xiahou Qing behind her. Seeing his calm expression, she said, "Go." Ning Shu relaxed and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Shaoqing." Just as she was about to leave, she thought for a moment and ran to Xiahou Qing's side. She said, "Your Highness, please rest. I'll be back soon." Then, she walked with Tan Siwei into the Supreme Court's archives. In the early summer evening, the weather was a little stuffy. The slanting sun shone into the room through the window lattice and sprinkled on Xiao Qing's lapel. It seemed to dye the cold frost with a layer of light orange. It was such a charming and warm color, but it made his lips appear even paler and colder. The brocade covering his eyes fluttered lonely in the rare evening breeze. After a long time, he said in a low self-deprecating tone, "A blind man." Chapter 344. In the archives of the Supreme Court, there were records of all the serious cases that had occurred in the Yu dynasty since the founding of the country. Opening the door to the storeroom and walking in, Tan Siwei pointed to the 3 rows on his right and said, "The records of more than 20 years are all here." Ning Shu nodded. Just walking past the rows of record shelves, she seemed to smell the blood and tears that had been hidden in the records for many years. There were tens of millions of people in the Yu dynasty. Just the number of serious cases that occurred each year numbered in the hundreds. All of them were stored in the Supreme Court's enormous archives and cleaned up every 50 years. Fortunately, Shui Hongyi's record was still there, but it would be difficult to fish it out from the sea for a while. Ning Shu and Tan Siwei each stood at the head of the bookshelf and the other at the end. They had a few officials from the Supreme Court helping them. In order to facilitate the search, the bookshelves were lit with candles, which were as warm and orange-red as the sunset outside. Tan Siwei piled the files he had read into a small mountain, and when he was done, he put them back into the bookshelves. After flipping through hundreds of books, he rubbed his tired eyes and looked to the side at Ning Shu's quiet and serious face not far away. The flickering candlelight outlined the beautiful curve of Ning Shu's face. It was like the most beautiful ripple in the world, gently teasing his heart. A wave of heat surged in his heart. He suddenly wanted to say something to her. "My uncle was a famous scholar in Dingzhou," he said. He pursued knowledge all his life. He traveled north and south, and was confident and at ease. After he met my aunt, he took her with him. The 2 of them traveled almost all over the 9 provinces. They were both strange people in the eyes of the world. Even my grandfather was angry before he died, saying that my aunt had entrusted herself to the wrong person. Hearing him say this, Ning Shu looked to the side and gave him some of her attention. "But that's not the case in Xiaoqing's eyes, is it?" Tan Siwei's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "Yes. The first time I saw my uncle was when I was 4 years old. He and my aunt walked all the way from the northern wasteland to here. It took them half a year to get here. When they arrived in the capital and knocked on the door of my house, his face was full of stubble. He didn't look like a scholar at all, but more like a peddler. The housekeeper confirmed it 3 times, and only dared to invite them into the house when his aunt took off her veil hat. When my grandfather saw him, he turned and left, leaving my father to sigh a few times to my aunt in order to make it easier for them to settle down. The first time I saw him, I felt like a stranger. I hid behind a stone pillar to look at him. When he saw me, he laughed and walked towards me. His 2 rough hands lifted me up into the sky. Before that day, no one had ever told me what it was like outside of the capital. Outside of Great Yu, there were countless cities and countries, large and small. In addition to the wide, flat, and boring bluestone roads, there were also towering mountains that reached into the clouds and endless oceans. Moreover, no one has ever told me that not everyone has black eyes and black hair like us. There are countless kinds of people in the 9 regions, and there are countless ways to live. The first time I heard it, I was stunned. Just by listening to Tan Siwei's description, Ning Shu also felt that he was a very wonderful person. She smiled and said, "No wonder Xiaoqing later set his goal of traveling to the famous mountains and great rivers." Tan Siwei rubbed his hands in embarrassment and said, "Yes, my father always thought that I was fascinated by the mountains and rivers. I didn't dare to tell him that when I was 4 years old, I was already fascinated." I looked at his face full of stubble, but his bright smile. I looked at my aunt, who used to be as delicate as a flower, because he had become a different person. Her face was no longer as white and smooth, but her smile was more beautiful than before. I thought to myself, if only I could become a person like her in the future. Regardless of whether he was a swordsman in a novel, a doctor in a book, or just a simple traveler, he would go and see all the interesting things in the world, every person born by the heavens, and even different places. Every grain of sand had a different appearance. When I was 20 or 30 years old, I could meet a woman like my aunt and ask her to become my wife. Even if I didn't have an afterlife, it would be a great fortune. Chapter 345. After he finished speaking, Tan Siwei said somewhat shyly, "I'm so unambitious. I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Ning Shu smiled and said, "If a person has no ambition, even if he reincarnates 10,000 times, he will only live the same life as he did in his first life. He will be like a walking corpse. Shaoqing's wish is more meaningful than most of us." How can I not laugh at it? Tan Siwei had been ridiculed and ridiculed by countless people since he was young. Some said that he was the son of the prime minister and was admired by tens of thousands of people, but he didn't know how lucky he was and that his brain was damaged. There were also some who said that he had deviated from the norm, that he was strange, and that he was really a weirdo. Even his parents would invite doctors and teachers to his house every few days to try and cure his whimsical dream. In his impression, Ning Shu was the first person to tell him that his wish wasn't laughable, and that it was worthy of respect. The warmth in his heart grew stronger, and he was also touched. It was as if he had searched for a long time in a vast sea of people and finally found someone who understood him. Tan Siwei's eyes flickered, and he continued to pour out his heart. "Since I was 12 years old, I began to try and leave my home, but I failed time and time again. In the end, I became the laughingstock of the entire capital. When I was 16, I made a promise with my father. If I could follow his wishes and become an official within 8 years and sit in his position, I could resign and leave the capital to do as I pleased. That was the only choice I could make at the time, so I agreed. At the time, I thought that as long as I worked hard, I could do it. But later, I realized that I had overestimated myself. Not to mention 8 years, I'm afraid that I won't be able to fulfill my promise with him in my entire life. Because I'm not cut out to be an official. Many people outside say that I'm experienced in doing things, that I'm considerate in all aspects, and that I'm very much like my father. But what they don't know is that it was actually my elder brother who secretly reminded me of these things. Compared to me, he's actually the one who can satisfy my father's expectations. From the beginning to the end, I've always been that ridiculous Tang Tang who wanted to fly into the sky with a big kite on my back." Ning Shu shook her head disapprovingly when she saw his face filled with loneliness and self-mockery. "Shaoqing is too modest. I already know that yesterday at Funing Palace, there were nearly 100 officials present, but not a single one of them dared to step forward and accept this case. Only Shaoqing was willing to take on this responsibility and even spoke up for me in front of Assistant Minister Wang. This kind of bravery is something that many marquises cannot compare to." Tan Siwei smiled and said, "You don't have to comfort me. Even if I know it's a joke, I will still work hard." He paused and instinctively took a few steps towards Ning Shu. If I'm really lucky enough to fulfill my promise with my father and leave the capital, are you willing to?" A short sentence was spoken in a disjointed and uneasy manner. He raised his eyes and looked nervously and expectantly at Ning Shu. Finally, he asked, "Are you willing to travel with me?" 2 bookshelves away, they could hear the sound of the other officials quickly flipping through the files. Tan Siwei's trembling voice was not loud, but he had already mustered the greatest courage in his heart. Looking at his puppy-like eyes, Ning Shu froze. Her heart rolled back and forth for a long time. She put down the half-flipped file in her hands and walked in front of Tan Siwei. She solemnly bowed to him and decided to be honest with him. I'm sorry. I lied to you about one thing and caused you to misunderstand. Actually, the person who was chatting with you in the prison wasn't me. Tan Siwei's eyes widened and he revealed a startled expression. Then, his eyes flashed and he finally understood Ning Shu's completely different attitude from before. He said softly, so, I misunderstood. Shu doesn't have me in her heart. Ning Shu's silent response was the best answer. Tan Siwei's heart sank. He then said in a panic, I'm really muddle-headed. Not only am I blind and heartless, I also thought too highly of myself and came to propose marriage. No wonder you previously. It's my fault. I'm really sorry to have troubled you. But don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone else about this. Otherwise, I'll go to hell and have my tongue pulled out after I die. Chapter 346. He was the one who was fooled and should be apologized to, but he swore and swore that he was sorry. This man was really a gentleman. Ning Shu felt even more apologetic. She bowed again and said, Huema was naughty and immature. He fooled you. I apologize on his behalf. Tan Siwei smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that the one he was flirting with was not Ning Shu, but a man. What was even more ridiculous was that he was fooled. Every time Ning Shu acted coquettishly and wanted something from him, he secretly felt happy. This matter was simply a mess. I'm too stupid. I didn't see it at all. I thought. Tan Siwei stopped halfway and waved his hand with a bitter smile. He picked up a file at random and flipped through it a few times. He gathered his courage again and said, Shu, do you have someone in your heart? Instinctively, a fairy-like figure floated in his mind. Just thinking about it made him feel sweet. Ning Shu had to tell the truth and said, yes. Tan Siwei's hand tightened. Have you decided to marry each other? Not yet. Tan Siwei let out a long sigh. Then, before you really make a decision, can you please let me continue to admire you? I know it's presumptuous, but I really can't control my heart. I'll try not to trouble you. If I've accidentally troubled you, just tell me. I'll stay away. His tone was so humble that Ning Shu felt even more guilty. Xiaoqing, you don't have to be like this. There are so many good women in the world. You'll definitely meet someone 10,000 times better than me in the future. Tan Siwei laughed. Back then, my mother said to my aunt, there are so many good men in the world. Why did you choose my uncle? My aunt said, if you don't like it, no matter how good the man is, it has nothing to do with you. If you like it, no matter how bad it is, it's the best in the world. His simple and sincere tone was as clean as the most transparent ice in the heart of the snow mountain. Ning Shu didn't dare to look into his eyes. A gentleman like Tan Siwei shouldn't be delayed by her. Giving him even the slightest bit of hope and keeping him hanging was an extremely despicable act. So she hardened her heart and said, but I've already met the best. Tan Siwei's eyes darkened again. But this time, he didn't back down. Please give me one more chance. Let me fight for it. Even if I can't, I'll be worthy of myself. Ning Shu didn't know how to respond to such a determined Tan Siwei. Xiaoqing. Lady Ning. Found it. Shui Hongyi's dossier is here. On the other side of the room, a deputy suddenly shouted excitedly. Ning Shu and Tan Siwei looked at each other and immediately jogged over. After more than 20 years, the file was completely yellow and brittle. When it was slowly opened, One could almost hear the sound of the warp and weft of the paper breaking, and the content recorded in it finally appeared in front of Ning Shu after crossing the river of time. After reading it word by word, Ning Shu's expression gradually became serious. She raised her head and saw Tan Siwei's expression of astonishment. Here's the reason why His Majesty punished her family. Someone intercepted a secret letter written by her father, Xue Hozhao, in collusion with the enemy's general. It was delivered to His Majesty through the hands of the Zhu family of the loyal and brave Marquis. That enemy's general was the envoy who later rose to prominence in southern Yan and died on the roof of Xuanfang Terrace 2 days ago. Chapter 347. It's impossible for Xue Hozhao to collude with a foreign country. Hearing what was recorded in the file, Xiahou Qing immediately denied. The Xue family has been a general for generations, guarding the country. Their hands are stained with the blood of many soldiers of the southern Yan kingdom. Everyone in the southern Yan kingdom will change their faces when they hear about Xue Hozhao. They can't wait to eat the bones and drink the blood of the Xue family. With such a deep hatred, it's impossible for the Xue family to collude with the southern Yan kingdom. Moreover, the ancestors of the Xue family were the founding ministers of the country. The great ancestor emperor bestowed them with an iron certificate, and the general's mansion was hereditary. The glory of the Xue family has reached the highest level. There's no benefit in colluding with the southern Yan kingdom. Unless he was bewitched and lost his mind, he would never make such a stupid decision. Ning Shu also felt the same way. Therefore, the biggest possibility is that the envoy set up a vicious trap back then. He used a forged secret letter and borrowed the hands of our great Yu people to kill our most outstanding general. In the end, he led his southern Yan soldiers to victory. And the Xue family was charged with treason. Their whole family was overthrown, and their reputation was spurned for 100 years. Hui Mo couldn't understand it at all. Even I found something wrong with such a simple scheme. Why didn't anyone notice it at that time? First, the person who presented the secret letter was not someone else, but the Zhu family, the loyal and brave Marquis, who had been friends with the Xue family for many years and had arranged marriage. Such an act of placing righteousness before family unknowingly increased the persuasiveness. Second, Ning Shu finished the first one, and the second one was silent. The saying that one's achievements would shake the ruler was a cliché that could be ground out of one's ears. However, it was an absurd play that happened in every dynasty. Especially more than 20 years ago, the Xue family was a firm supporter of the former crown prince. Even if the emperor succeeded the throne, he was questioned by General Xue about the death of the former crown prince. Such an upright person seemed to be doomed to die in the treacherous imperial court. And the forged secret letter of the envoy took the initiative to hand the emperor a knife to eliminate dissidents. How could he not kill them? Ning Shu's heart thumps. She suddenly feels sad. Since the Xue family may die because of this, what about her, Duke Ning? Although on the surface, it seemed that His Majesty had treated her mother and Duke Ning very well after ascending the throne, how could a ruler's heart be at ease? Especially in the past 2 years, His Majesty's attitude had clearly changed. For example, the Empress had received His Majesty's order to kill her. If she hadn't tried her best to persuade the Empress, her head would have fallen to the ground. And would she be the first spark that would be followed by an even more violent tongue of fire that would burn her and Duke Ning into ashes? Her heart jerked violently as a huge sense of fear rose in her heart. Father, mother, what to do? What should she do now? Beside her, Tan Siwei noticed that something was wrong with her expression and asked with concern, Shu, what's wrong? Why is your face so pale? Separating herself from the suffocating sense of fear, Ning Shu smiled to cover it up. It's nothing. Maybe I'm hungry after running for a day. I heard that the cooks in the Dolly Temple are good at cooking, especially the lotus root meat pancake. Xiaoqing, shouldn't you take it out and let me have a taste? Tan Siwei didn't doubt her. He quickly ordered the kitchen to prepare food and asked people to send some prepared pastries to fill their stomachs. Don't bother. I've already prepared it here. Xiaoqing raised his chin to Zhou Si. Zhou Si immediately took out the food box that the bodyguard had sent over. After opening it, there were 8 kinds of fruit plates and 12 kinds of pastries. Just looking at them, it was enough to make people drool. Hui Mo's eyes lit up first. He couldn't wait to reach out his hands. Wow, these are all my favorite foods. You must know that I'm tired from running around today. You really love me. Ouch. He reached out and was about to pick up a piece when Zhou Si secretly kicked him in the knee. He turned his head and glared at Zhou Si accusingly. But when he met Zhou Si's oppressive eyes, he cowered. He lowered his head and pursed his lips. Let's talk nicely. Lady Ning, please go first. This is specially prepared for you. I'll eat the rest after you finish it. Running to the pigsty in the day and being kicked at night. Sob, sob, sob. Why did he bully him no matter what he did? There was no justice. Chapter 348. Amused by his aggrieved expression, Ning Shu felt relieved. She picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Don't act pitiful. Eat it quickly. When the food was in his mouth, Hui Mo immediately smiled and curved his eyebrows. Ning Shu also picked up a piece and whispered to Xiaoqing, "Thank you, Your Highness." The pastry was still warm. Obviously, it was sent here as soon as it was done. When she was looking for the files in the warehouse, he was outside thinking about everything for her. Listening to her soft and tender voice, Xiaoqing rubbed his fingers and scolded her with a smile, "You're long-winded." Ning Shu's heart immediately floated with pleasure. She thought to herself, Xiaoqing already has such a devilish face and is so good at coaxing people. I can't let him fall into the hands of other girls. It's enough to let this male dodgy harm me. It's decided, he. While eating the sweet pastry, Hui Mo frowned and thought, so, in fact, Shui Hongyi is the one who has the most motive to kill the envoy to avenge her family, right? After going around in circles for a long time, the one with the strongest motive turned back to the most unlikely female ghost. Even Xiaoqing felt a sense of absurdity in his heart. His bony knuckles rhythmically tapped on the armrest. How many descendants does the Shui family have? Tan Siwei opened the file and read it in order. Because of the great ancestor emperor's edict, General Shui was beheaded, General Mansion's family members were demoted to commoners, the rest of them were sent to slave status. Forced by the Zhu family, Shui Hongyi fell into the secular world. She had a younger brother who was 11 years old and a younger sister who was 5 years old. Mrs. Shui and her 2 younger sons settled in the wasteland in the suburbs of the capital and made a living by farming. Later, her younger sister died of an illness. Not long after, Mrs. Shui died of depression. Only her younger brother Shui Ran survived under the care of Shui Hongyi. After that, Shui Hongyi committed suicide. Shui Ran's whereabouts were unknown. Someone once said that they saw his body in the mountains and it was eaten clean by wild dogs. Hearing this, Hui Mo sighs again and again. Oh, the Shui family is really miserable. Tan Siwei said, General Shui had 2 trusted generals when he was alive. One died in battle. The one who survived is called Bai Hong. He is Zunfangtai Susu's father. After Tan Siwei finished reading, he continued, but Susu has a maidservant's testimony. When the envoy died, Susu stayed in the room and did not take a step out. Everyone fell into a brief silence. As the investigation deepened, wave after wave of people were forced into the situation and gradually walked into an unfathomable situation. And who else was connected to that invisible chain? No one knew. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, I remember that Xue Hongyi was once engaged to a scholar when she was alive. What was that scholar's name? Tan Siwei read the dossier from beginning to end again. Let me see. This dossier isn't finished. There should be another one. I'll go look for it in the storeroom tonight. I'll give it to you as soon as I find it. Ning Shu nodded and said to Huemo, You just went to inquire about the unknown person who knocked down Zhou Xiang. Did you find anything? Speaking of that person, Huemo could not help but sigh. Don't mention it. I walked around the Western market and asked countless people. I even gave out my salary for a few months, but I didn't get anything. Only the old lady who sold embroidery nearby said that she seemed to have seen the scene. But the person kept his head down deliberately and it was dark. In the blink of an eye, the person disappeared into the crowd. She vaguely saw that the person was holding something shining with silver light in his left hand. She could only be sure that the person was a man wearing gray silk clothes. He was not fat. Left hand. Using a knife to quickly cut a strip of cloth from Zhou Xiang's body requires a very precise strength and agile speed. This means that this person is very likely to be left-handed. If he can afford to wear silk clothes, his family should be well off. There was no trace of a flaw in the process. He quickly mixed into the crowd and hid in a corner. This means that he is very familiar with the terrain of the Western market. Either he often goes there, or he was prepared. Based on these few simple sentences, even Ning Shu could only extract so much useful information. Vague, too vague. This person, she really did not know whether to praise him for being resourceful or insidious. The sunset glow in the sky had disappeared. Thousands of stars shone quietly in the dark blue sky. The stars were connected to form 28 constellations, mysterious and dreamy. It was as beautiful as a poet's dream after drinking. But no matter how beautiful the dream was, the second day of the 5-day period came to an end. Chapter 349. Today, everyone was exhausted. If they continued, it would only be a waste of effort. So, they went back to rest first and gathered again the next morning. Before returning to the mansion, Huemo walked to Ning Shu and put on a big smile. Lady Ning, I want to discuss something with you. Can you reimburse me for the money I gave out? What do you think? Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and said deliberately. Huemo said pitifully, I'm just a little guard. My monthly salary is only a few taels of silver. I saved that money for a long time. Do you have the heart to see me starving? Ning Shu spread out her hands and said shamelessly, I only asked you to inquire about the news. I didn't ask you to use money. How can you blame it on me? Huemo said angrily, Oh my God. Your Highness, look at her. Look at her. Whoa, I don't want to live anymore. He originally wanted to ask Xiahou Qing to help him. But he didn't expect that his Shitzi didn't stand on his side. Instead, he helped the evildoer and said, You've gained a lot of weight in prison. It's good for you to drink some northwest wind. It's also good for you to remember. Huemo immediately covered his chest with his hands, as if he was about to cry. His heart was broken into pieces. On the way back, Xiahou Qing said, Do you think the murderer is Susu? Ning Shu calmed down and said slowly, According to the current situation, among the people who attended the banquet that night, the possibility of Susu killing is very high. And no one is more convenient than her to do it. First, after several days of getting along, she was very familiar with the envoy's habits and temperament. Moreover, they had several intimate contact. The envoy was almost unguarded against her. No one is more convenient than her to kill. Second, according to the testimony of fourth young Master Jiang, the envoy and Susu were sitting next to him that night. It was just a feint to put the aphrodisiac in his wine. Fourth young Master Jiang's passionate noises were used to cover the sound of the secret passage opening and closing. At the same time, the weak cry for help that the envoy may have made before he died was completely covered. Third, the motive for the murder. Her father's generation was a retainer of the Shui family, a trusted aide who had sworn loyalty to the death. It was reasonable for her to avenge her master. Apart from this, if it weren't for the envoys, her father wouldn't have been implicated by the Shui family and become half dead. She wouldn't have been reduced to dust and live a life worse than death. His hatred overlaps, and his killing intent is obvious. Xiahou Qing heard the unfinished meaning in her words. But you still have doubts. That's right. Ning Shu nodded as Hao Ren had guessed her thoughts. There are still a few things that I can't figure out. Putting aside the credibility of the maidservant's testimony, Bai Susu is just an ordinary girl in Shi City. She's not even a top courtesan. Where did she get the fragrant bone-softening powder, a poison that ordinary people can't possibly come into contact with? If she had this poison in her hands, how could her father be paralyzed in bed? Also, if she killed someone, why didn't she choose someone else but Li Yi, her and Zhou Yang as scapegoats? There shouldn't be any enmity between them. Xiahou Qing gave her a new message. By the way, I ordered someone to secretly investigate the Li family during the day and found a few unfinished sachets in her house. This sachet is very similar to the one that Forsythia sent from prison. It's very similar to the one that Bai Susu always carries with her. Especially the way it's tied is almost exactly the same. Ning Shu was shocked. Bai Susu and Li Yi's relationship is not ordinary. They exchange sachets. It's very likely that they are friends. Her eyes flashed with deep surprise, and then she frowned even more. But this is even more unreasonable. Li Yi was humiliated on the way back because she sent the jade hairpin flower to Susu that day. If they really have a personal relationship, Bai Susu, as a friend, should feel guilty. Why would she frame her friend? Chapter 350. Ning Shu dipped her hand in water and wrote down the suspicious points found in the case stroke by stroke. Her white fingertips left a string of transparent question marks on the table. The more she wrote, the more doubts she had, which made her even more confused. The first two cases had at least 10 days for her to slowly unravel the mystery, but this time, there were only 32 hours left in 5 days. She couldn't help but be nervous. If this case couldn't be solved on time, it didn't matter whether she was dead or alive, but would it become the fuse that directly destroyed her entire Duke's public house? The price was too high. She couldn't gamble, and she couldn't afford to gamble. A hand reached over and grasped her fingers that kept moving. The owner of the hand said, "Don't think about it for the time being. Tomorrow morning, Shi Yan and Tianwen should have some results. Before that, let go of your brain first." Jissi said that the sunset was beautiful today, so the moon should be good tonight. Take a look for me. That hand belonged to Xiahou Qing. As soon as it grasped her fingertips, it was like the 5 fingers of a zither player gently waving. It tickled her heartstrings. A little bit of sweetness, a little bit of sourness, a little bit of numbness. It made half of her heart melt, and the other half restless for no reason. Her brain calmed down invisibly, as if it found a golden bell for her wandering heart. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Ning Shu closed her eyes and exhaled softly. When she opened her eyes again, she smiled and said, "Okay." She raised her left hand to lift the corner of the curtain and looked out. She gazed at the bright moon that was like a plate after the thin clouds had dispersed. The stars twinkled faintly. The wind swept across 90,000 li, blowing into the dense treetops and also into the carriage, brushing against her and his body. Her eyes were like a mirror, reflecting the clear moon in the sky. She was afraid to disturb the tranquility of the moon, so she whispered, "The moon is really good tonight. The silver light is like a wash, and the stars are drunk." "Is it? It's really beautiful." They didn't talk anymore. One quietly admired the moon, and the other admired the heartbeat under his palm. No one moved. The white brilliance of the moon silently poured on their intertwined hands, as if it should grow together. As usual, the carriage stopped in front of Duke Ning. Ning Shu thought for a moment before getting off the carriage and asked, "Has your highness ever coaxed other girls like this before?" When Xiahou Qing heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said with interest, "Of course there is." The jealousy in Ning Shu's heart suddenly overflowed. She questioned, "Who is it?" The corners of Xiahou Qing's mouth curled up slightly. "The youngest daughter of the wet nurse in the residence, she's only 4 years old." Ning Shu blushed slightly after drinking a mouthful of vinegar for no reason. Fortunately, her face was naturally as thick as a city wall. She didn't mind and instead said domineeringly, "Then you're not allowed to do that in the future, even if it's a little girl." Xiahou Qing's finger was propped on the side of his forehead. Finally, a rare smile appeared on his lips. It was like a strong wine that could make people drown in it with just a glance. He said in a flirtatious manner, "Okay." This one word made Ning Shu dizzy for a long time. It wasn't until the carriage of the Duke of Nanping's residence was far away that she realized that she couldn't hide the smitten smile on her face. She hurriedly covered her cheeks with her hands and forced herself to pull back the restraint that she had run thousands of miles away. She stuck out her tongue and turned to walk back to the gate with a smile. Just as she was about to step through the gate, a figure suddenly turned out from behind the dense shadows of the trees on the opposite side of the road and let out a cold laugh. Ning Shu immediately turned back in alarm. That person held the tree with one hand and a wine pot with the other. He slowly walked into her sight from the dense shadows. His eyes were red, filled with ridicule and anger. "You can't even recognize my voice. Shu, you really have a cold heart." Xiao Yini. Chapter 351. Time was really a hand that flipped the clouds and rain. She had unknowingly changed her appearance. Now that she saw Xiao Yini again, she actually sighed as if a lifetime had passed. She sighed that the person who had once been unforgettable to her, whom she could not forget for 7 lifetimes, had become so distant under the influence of time, as if they were just travelers who had coincidentally taken the same boat to cross the river. Now that they had finally crossed the river, she had completely let go. Smelling the strong smell of alcohol on him, Ning Shu glanced at him and curtsied slightly, saying politely, "Your Highness, drinking too much is harmful to the body." Tonight, Xiao Yini's handsome face was unusually dispirited, as if he had been deeply hurt by something. He walked in front of her unsteadily, and under the bright moonlight, he stared deeply at the knot in her heart that could never be untied. "Yes, drinking too much is harmful to the body, haha," he laughed, his eyes full of ridicule. "What a polite sentence. Do you still remember what you said when I got drunk for the first time?" It was the Empress Dowager's birthday, and in order to liven things up for father and the Empress Dowager, I drank too much at once. After the banquet, I almost fell into the pool. After you found out, you were so angry that you wanted to hit me and even threatened me that if I drank so much again, you would never talk to me again. After that, I didn't dare to drink so much anymore. No matter how many people persuaded me, I only drank a little because I was afraid that you would really lose your temper and ignore me. But now that I've really drunk too much, you won't ignore me anymore. Instead, you just politely said that drinking too much is harmful to the body. It's ridiculous. The wine pot in his hand smashed into the corner of the wall with a bang, and the broken pieces splashed everywhere, just like his broken heart. Ning Shu instinctively took half a step back, avoiding the broken pieces. Your Highness, you're drunk and should go back to rest. I'd better send someone to escort you back to the prince's residence. As she spoke, she turned around to call for the servants, but a scorching hand pulled her back from behind. The owner of the hand had a pair of bloodshot eyes as he unwillingly questioned her. You want to run when you see me? Didn't you smile at Xiao Qing just now? Why is it that when you're facing me, you don't even know how to curve your lips and brows? And the further away from me the better. Shu, have you forgotten? In the past, you would only smile at me like that. Now, you've given that smile to other men, to Qi Huaijin, to Cloud Leaf, to Tan Siwei, who you just got engaged to. Oh right, and to Xiao Qing. But not me. Why? You tell me why. Ning Shu frowned and said, Sixth Highness, you're really drunk. Please let go of me. You're hurting me. Xiao Yuni's eyes were filled with complexity and pain. I'm not drunk. I'm more awake than ever today. A few days ago when you were in prison, I went to see you. You might not know this, but after you said those heartless words to me, I secretly instructed the officials of the Ministry of Justice to continue with the execution. As long as they don't beat you to death or cripple you, it's fine until you admit your mistake. I thought that I could really harden my heart and teach you a lesson. I would break your wings and let you have a taste of the sufferings of the world. In the end, you would obediently return to my side and be a sparrow in my cage that doesn't need to experience the hardships of the world. I thought I could. But I failed. On the third day after that day, I finally couldn't endure the torment in my heart. I ran to Father's side palace and knelt for 5 days. I knelt until my knees were almost crippled before I finally begged him to be soft-hearted and forgive your punishment. He also agreed to let you out in half a month. Including yesterday, it wasn't that I didn't want to speak up for you, but because of my leg injury, by the time I rushed to Funing Palace, the dust had already settled. I couldn't even catch up with your back. Look, I've lost to you once again. From that day 11 years ago, I was destined to lose to you. I was willing to endure it. But why did you run away halfway? Chapter 352. The Sixth Prince, Xiao Yuni. His temperament was calm and cold, his methods were harsh, and his shrewdness was hard to fathom. This was the evaluation that most of the courtiers secretly had of him. This person could abandon his mother to climb up the social ladder, but he could also break his teeth and swallow his blood in order to achieve his own goals. This kind of temperament was simply a copy of Jin Sheng's in the past. When people saw him, they couldn't help but praise and respect him, respect and fear him. But tonight, such an arrogant prince's red eyes were filled with unbearable pain and entanglement, making people feel a little sorry for him. Looking into his eyes, looking into the whirlpool that carried countless memories of their past, Ning Shu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The person in front of her had once filled her entire charming teenage years, changing her entire life, 7 lifetimes, and 7 lifetimes. He was a nail in her bones, a brand that she was destined to be unable to cut off, making her who she was now. 300 years was not a blink of an eye. Before she met Xiao Qing, her temperament, her way of dealing with people, and even her intense hatred and resentment, her love for him, her inability to get what she wanted, and so on had all been imperceptibly influenced by him. If she hadn't met him, perhaps she wouldn't be who she was now. She could never deny this. A slight sourness came to the tip of her nose, a moment of silence for the past. Ning Shu turned her head away and said softly, "In the past, I was young and ignorant, saying a lot of nonsense and doing a lot of foolish things that crossed the line, causing your highness to misunderstand. The past is like a flower that has left its petals, melting snow. No matter how beautiful it is, it can't be chased. Your highness, we've both grown up. Why don't we each look forward?" Xiao Yuni's eyes turned even redder. "Look forward. You can look forward, but I'm still standing alone in the same place. How do you want me to look forward?" "Ning Shu, I want you to speak the truth today. Can you deny that you loved me?" Faced with his question, she took a silent breath and turned back to look at him. She nodded. "I admit that I once admired you." Under the moonlight, she let out a soft sigh, like a drop of dew falling into the soil along the veins of a leaf, mixed with a touch of sadness. "But that's all because I was young and frivolous, self-righteous when I didn't know my limits. In fact, we've never been the same kind of people. You have your open road, I have my single-plank bridge. What I yearn for is a simple and ordinary life, where we help each other in times of need, where 2 inches of fine black hair will turn white together. You, on the other hand, are destined to walk a glorious path to the top. The path was too narrow for 2 people to walk on. Even if you and I were to forcefully hold hands, one of us was destined to fall into the endless abyss. Since that's the case, why don't we part ways here? That way, we can be considered to have completed our past relationship. At least it won't be a complete mess, and in the end, it will only be filled with disgust." Xiao Yuni's heart turned cold, as if a knife had pierced through his chest. That knife had left after stabbing him, leaving him with a large bloody hole. A gust of wind blew past him, making his limbs turn cold from the pain. His Adam's apple bobbed hard, as he glared at Ning Shu angrily. Ning Shu was touched by that gaze, and broke free from his grip. She turned to leave, but he pulled her into his arms with even more strength. Behind her, right by her ear, he growled hoarsely, "What did I do wrong? Just because I'm not willing to give up fighting for that position for you. Do you know, even if I'm willing to give up, I'm already standing in such a position, standing halfway up the mountain. Even if I want to turn back, there's no way for me to go. Shu, why can't you think for me? Do you think Imperial Mother will leave behind a useless prince? There's still 8th royal brother, 12th royal brother, and 14th royal brother in the palace. They're still young, and they still have unlimited hope. If I'm useless, how can I live?" Chapter 353. He hugged her tightly in his arms, his strength so strong that it was like he wanted to rub her into his bones and blood, never to be separated again. Perhaps the night wind was too strong, his voice seemed to have a trace of sadness. Shu, I'm begging you, give me another chance. No matter what mistakes I've unintentionally made you unhappy and made you hate me, I beg you to forgive me this once and give our childhood sweetheart another chance, okay? She couldn't break free, but fortunately, she stopped moving. After a long time, she said, "I had a very, very long dream. The dream spanned 300 years. You and I were lucky enough to meet each other in every life, but every life ended in tragedy. In the beginning, you seemed to like me and doted on me, but later on in every life, you threw me into the dust ruthlessly. That dream was so real, like it was our past and present lives. I gambled once, but I lost miserably. This time, I don't want to lose again." Xiao Yuni's eyes trembled slightly. After a short moment of shock, he denied desperately, "The me in the dream was not me. Not to mention a dream, even if you did experience that kind of past life, can you blame me for what Xiao Yuni did in the past life? Don't use my past life to measure my present life. It's not fair to me." He reached out his right hand resolutely, biting it with his sharp teeth. I dare to use my life, my future, everything I have to cut my blood and swear to you, if I betray you in this life, let my soul be destroyed forever and never enter the cycle of reincarnation again. Shu, I dare to swear, do you dare to believe me? Ning Shu shook her head slightly. I don't dare. Why? Ning Shu looked up at the sky, as if looking through the mirror of the moon, looking at the other person who was shining with the moon. There's no other way. Her voice was as light as water, heartless and gentle. Because my heart is very small, only one person can live in it. Now, someone else is living in it. Xiao Yini was almost crazy. Who? Is it Tan Siwei or someone else? Tell me who it is, I'll go and kill him now. You can't have anyone else in your heart, only me. Xiahou Qing, she said, you can go and kill him. If you can take the risk of breaking with the Nanping mansion and losing the throne forever, you can go. But even if you kill him, my heart won't change back. What's done can't be undone. Weighing the pros and cons, His Highness the Sixth Prince has already remembered these principles since he was a few years old, isn't that so? His arms around her stiffened and cracked inch by inch. Xiao Yuni endured the pain in his chest and sucked in a deep breath. Every word he said seemed to be filled with blood. As expected, you're already completely on his side. For him, you can even threaten me like this. Shu, you really haven't changed at all. You're exactly the same as when you were young. Once you've decided on something, you won't change your mind. It was just that the target would never be him again. Walking out of his arms, Ning Shu turned and bowed deeply to him. Thank you for your love, Your Highness the Sixth Prince, and thank you for taking care of me. Ning Shu can't repay you. The corner of her clothes fluttered in the wind, like a faint cloud that could never be touched, destined to slowly leave him and go further and further away. Xiao Yini staggered and watched her drift away. His voice was like the wind that was sifted into pieces by a sieve as he said softly, You saved my life in the past, but I'm just returning it to you now. If the envoy's case is in trouble, I can still plead for you to father. You don't have to be so polite. Ning Shu thanked him again. Just after she said goodbye, she lifted her leg to enter the house. Behind her, Xiao Yuni's voice trailed over. Do you really not remember what day it is today? Ning Shu stopped in her tracks in surprise. You really forgot. Behind her, Xiao Yuni chuckled softly. In the past, I was raised by Yin Jiaoyi. My mother and I had a low status and weren't loved by father. My mother was worried every day about whether she could live well in the harem, not to mention celebrating my birthday. Later, I was taken away by the Empress and was raised by her. I didn't lack anything and also had a decent birthday present. But in order to commemorate her eldest prince who died young, I've always celebrated a dead person's birthday. Since I was young, you were the only one who would secretly prepare a small gift for me on this day every year. Do you still remember the longevity noodles you made when you were 12? That was the first time you cooked for me. To be honest, it tasted terrible. You mistook sugar for salt and soy sauce for vinegar, so I ate a whole bowl of sweet and salty longevity noodles. But you don't know how happy I was. Not to mention the noodles, even if it was poison, I would eat it all. But you will never make a bowl of longevity noodles like that for me again, nor will you say, Happy birthday, brother, eat softly beside my ear. Chapter 354. Ning Shu looked back at the person behind her from a distance that was neither close nor far. Looking at this young prince whose face was so familiar to her bones, a long string of memories flowed through her heart. But no matter how beautiful the memories were, the past was the past. She raised her head slightly and said sincerely to him, Your Highness, happy birthday. We'll part ways here. The gates of the Duke's estate creaked and completely isolated them, taking away the last piece of Ning's shoe's fluttering clothes. It also completely took away those peach blossoms and spring breezes, as well as the years they spent together. Xiao Yuni stared at the red lacquered gates in a daze, a smile on his lips and tears in his eyes as he mocked himself. That year, she was 5 years old and he was 8. She saved his life outside Qingqian Palace. He said, "You helped me once and I'll repay you with a lifetime." She said, okay. My memory is very good. If you forget, I'll look for you." Later, she was 12 and he was 15. She cooked for the first time and scalded her tender fingers to cook a bowl of longevity noodles for him. His heart ached terribly, but he said in a disdainful tone, "Don't enter the kitchen again next time. If you really leave a scar, be careful that no one will marry you in the future." She said, "I'm not afraid. You swore when you were young that you would take care of me for a lifetime. If no one wants me, I'll stick to you. Don't even think about running away." Later, she was 15 and he was 18. He impatiently guarded her growth day by day. He waited sweetly and anxiously for so many years, waiting for the day she became an adult. He was full of anticipation as he rushed to the Duke's estate with a jade hairpin that he made himself, ready to put it on her head and let her stick to him for a lifetime. But she didn't care anymore. Xiao Yuni. You were indeed the one who was least needed since you were young." The young prince spread his fingers over his face and laughed. His laughter was full of mockery and unfairness, and his face was full of tears. Behind him, a eunuch ran over from afar and glanced at him with some fear. He whispered, "Your Highness, let's hurry back. If the Empress finds out that you're still outside this late at night, and even discussing your birthday at Duke Ning's door, I'm afraid she won't be happy." Xiao Yuni turned back darkly. "Ever since I was 8 years old, I've been doing everything according to what she wanted me to do. I've done everything that could satisfy her. I've been a template prince that could make her nod her head, but I've never been myself. Now, I can't even stand here for a while." The eunuch fell to his knees and said in fear, "This servant doesn't dare. It's just that, Your Highness, you've spent 10 years of effort to build a dam of 1,000 miles. You've spent so much effort and swallowed so much bitterness that can't be shared with outsiders. This servant really doesn't want to see your many years of effort go down the drain. Since Lady Ning can no longer be saved, you should grab onto whatever you can." The darkness in his eyes gradually disappeared and Xiao Yuni looked up at the moon above him, closing his eyes for a long time. When he opened them again, his eyes had regained their usual clarity. He turned around expressionlessly and said in a low voice, "Let's go." The eunuch hurriedly got up and followed behind him. "Yes." After serving Xiao Yuni into the carriage, the eunuch hesitated for a moment, but still took out something that he had been holding in his sleeve and presented it to Xiao Yuni. "Your Highness, this is a birthday gift that Zhao Yi specially prepared for you. Her Highness Zhao Yi specially found out that you liked to collect wooden carvings and trinkets, so she specially found this wooden cicada among hundreds of items and ordered this servant to give it to you to wish you a happy birthday." Xiao Yuni's gaze landed on the wooden cicada. It was really an exquisite item. The wooden cicada's wings could be carved into the wood and it was really exquisite. However, Xiao Yuni only glanced at it before he flipped it over and threw the curtain down. "When I needed her the most, she didn't stand up for me. Why is she pretending now? Take it and tell her, I don't need it anymore. From now on, I, Xiao Yuni, will not have a birthday." Chapter 355. No matter how many people couldn't sleep that night, how many people were entangled by the past, and how many people cut off the past and looked forward, the third day of the 5-day period had arrived. Ning Shu didn't sleep well that night. When she got up in the morning, her temples suddenly hurt. She didn't feel better until she splashed cold water on her face. Fortunately, Tianwen brought some news about Susu early in the morning, which helped her calm down. Tianwen was worthy of being the reincarnation of a gossiper. In just one night, he knew the situation of Susu's family clearly. He even knew when Susu stopped breastfeeding, when her teeth changed, and when her menstrual cycle started. Although she didn't know what was the use of him asking about these things, she respected his personal hobby. From this overly detailed information, Ning Shu obtained a few useful pieces of information. First, Susu's parents were injured and disabled. They were bedridden all year round, which required a lot of money. Even if Susu sold her brothel, she could barely cover the expenses. She often couldn't make ends meet. But since last June, her parents suddenly miraculously improved. According to the neighbors, during that time, a man dressed as a doctor came in and out of her house every day. Second, since Susu entered the brothel, she couldn't control herself and rarely went home. However, last August, when her father was barely able to walk, Susu came back. The person who brought her back was a very young man. He looked like he was wearing brocade clothes. They all thought that Susu had curried favor with some high-ranking official in the brothel and saved the lives of her parents. Third, someone had seen Li come in and out of Susu's house more than once. Every time she came, she would carry a basket of small things or snacks. Just these 3 points were enough to give Ning Shu a pleasant surprise. Ning Shu said, "Did anyone see what the young man looked like?" Tianwen said, "No, it was late at night when Susu went back to the Bai family. The neighbor went out to pour the night incense and happened to see him. The young man seemed to deliberately hide his identity and covered himself with a cloak. But from his back, he should be a well-educated young man. Was he tall? Or did he have any other characteristics? It was too long and the night was dark. The neighbor couldn't remember how tall he was. As for the special characteristic, it seems that the young master pushed open the Bai clan's door with his left hand. Does that count?" Ning Shu's fingertips tapped lightly on the table. Normal people who are right-handed will subconsciously use their right hand no matter if it's carrying something or opening a door or window. However, those who are left-handed will do the opposite. Could this person be the one who cut Zhou Xiang's clothes? Ning Shu pondered for a moment and made a decision. Li has visited Susu's family several times. They must have a close relationship. However, we still need to find out how the two of them met and whether they had any conflicts. Follow me to the Supreme Court to interrogate Bai Susu. I think we'll be able to find out a lot today. Ning Shu hastily ate a few snacks and immediately jumped onto the horse's back. Early in the morning, the capital had just woken up from a night of deep sleep. The stall owner who made breakfast secretly yawned while cooking hot wontons. The 2 horses had already sped away. Ouch, the wonton I just cooked is covered in dust. Ning Shu looked back from afar. I'm sorry, stall owner. I'll compensate you later. When I'm free, I'll go to your house to eat 10 bowls. The stall owner waved from afar. Lady Ning, there's no need for that. You've worked hard on the envoy's case. When the case is solved, I'll treat you to a meal for free. Okay. Go. Ning Shu smiled and shouted. She retracted her gaze and resolutely moved forward. She rode the horse to the Supreme Court at the fastest speed possible. She got off the horse and went straight in. After the greeting, Ning Shu did not have time to be polite. She went straight to the point. Tan Xiaoqing, have you found the second file related to Shui Hongyi? Oh, I found it, Tan Siwei said. It seemed that he had been searching for a long time. His face was full of fatigue, and his eyes were obvious. His speech was a little sluggish. He forced himself to focus and said, "But the file has been here for too long. Some parts are brittle, and it's even been eaten by worms." "Thank you, Xiaoqing." Ning Shu took the file and opened it. Her eyes quickly scanned through it. Just as she was about to search for the most important information, she suddenly realized that the part where the scholar's name was recorded was coincidentally damaged. How did this happen? Tan Siwei lowered his eyes tiredly and shook his head. "When I found it last night, it was already like this. I must have missed this part when I was sorting out the files. As a result, I couldn't keep it properly. I searched the shelves with a few other officials for a long time, but we couldn't find any fragments. It's probably gone." Chapter 356. Her luck was so bad. Ning Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed like the heavens still favored her as usual. Tan Siwei looked guilty. "Anyway, it's the Supreme Court's fault for not supervising you properly. I'm sorry." His words made Ning Shu feel even more embarrassed. She put away the damaged file and bowed. "Xiaoqing, you can't do that. I'm the one who should feel guilty for troubling you to search for so long last night. Xiaoqing, you must have stayed up all night. Go and rest. Leave the rest to me." Tan Siwei waved his hand. "It's okay. Staying up late to investigate cases is normal. As a woman, you didn't complain about being tired after running around for days. I'm a man. How can I be so spoiled? You're going to interrogate Bai Susu next, right? I'll go with you." Ning Shu had no reason to refuse Tan Siwei's insistence. After a while, Bai Susu was escorted to the main hall by the officers. This time, Ning Shu sat at the front of the hall. She had learned from Xiaoqing how to ignore people. She tapped her fingers rhythmically on the table as she slowly sipped the tea in front of her. Only when Bai Susu's heart skipped a beat did Ning Shu open her eyes slowly. She looked at Bai Susu with her cold eyes and said, "Bai Susu, do you have anything else to say to us about the case of the envoy's sudden death?" She was used to being called Miss Susu at Xuanfang Station. When her distant surname was pointed out, her slender and watery eyelashes clearly trembled. She lowered her head and said, "I have already told you everything I know the day before yesterday. This case really has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything about how the envoy died. Why don't you tell us how you met Li Yi, and what your relationship is like?" Ning Shu was not in a hurry. Bai Susu clenched her fists and clenched her teeth. "I don't know her that well, but I've heard from my friends in Shi City that the flowers she sells are very fresh, and she has everything. That's why I occasionally buy some from her. Other than that, I don't really know her. Oh right, there was one time when my parents were seriously ill and I couldn't leave the building. At that time, she happened to deliver flowers to the building, so I asked her to come to my house to check on the situation. However, I also paid her to run errands. Other than those few business deals, I have no other selfless dealings." "Don't you have a servant girl? Why did you ask an unfamiliar flower girl to visit your parents?" "Miss, you don't know. Although our brothel alleys seem to be filled with dragons and snakes, there are actually more rules than those outside. Chiao is my maidservant, but she has signed an irrevocable contract with the brothel. Normally, she can't leave the brothel without a reason. I thought that rather than making mother unhappy, it would be better to spend some money to hire someone else. It would save us from unnecessary quarrels." She reacted so quickly, as if she had already guessed that Ning Shu would find out about this, so she made preparations in advance. "Is that so?" Ning Shu sneered, and her eyes turned sharp. "Then what grudge do you have with her that you want to kill her?" Do you know that after leaving the Supreme Court yesterday, she left a bloody letter and hanged herself? What? Bai Susu was caught off guard by this piece of news. She gasped in shock and widened her eyes in disbelief. She asked anxiously, how could that be? How is she now? Is she all right? Ning Shu's gaze fell on her unblinkingly. It's all thanks to her mother that she discovered it in time. Otherwise, she would have already breathed her last. Right now, she's still lying in the clinic, and it's unknown whether she's dead or alive. The doctor said that whether she can survive or not depends on her luck. Why? Didn't you say that you were just friends with her? Why are you so worried about her? Chapter 357. Susu clenched her fists and lowered her eyes. I'm a firm believer in Buddhism. Even if I happen to see an ant being crushed to death, I should feel pity for it, not to mention a living human life. Besides, I heard that she got into trouble on her way back because she was sending the jade hairpin flower to me that day. I'm also worried about it. Ning Shu said, how did you know about her accident? Susu said in a low voice, the West Market is only so big. Any gossip will spread in half a day. I live in this birdcage every day. Even if I don't want to ask, I will hear about it. It seems that you two are really not close. Ning Shu nodded in understanding. A suicide note written in blood hit her face. Then why did she write that she was ashamed of my friend Susu in her suicide note? The blood that had seeped through the back of the paper seemed to have just spurted out from the blood vessels. The thick stench of blood caused her eyes to tremble. Bai Susu clutched the suicide note in her hands, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. She unfolded the will and read it word by word. Tears almost gushed out of her eyes, but when she saw the handwriting clearly, she was suddenly stunned and instinctively refuted. This isn't Er's handwriting. Yes, indeed, Ning Shu's lips curled up as she admitted shamelessly. Bai Susu was stunned. She said slowly and lightly, I forged this suicide note to trick you. I didn't use Er's blood, but chicken blood. After saying that, Ning Shu's eyes turned sharp, but you've already shown your true colors, haven't you? You said that you didn't know well. How did you know her handwriting? Don't say that you met her by chance. In order to imitate her handwriting, I deliberately found Er's letters and compared them. There are at least 50 to 60% similarities. If you're not close to her, you can't tell the difference at a glance. Besides, your subconscious emotions and the tears in your eyes have completely betrayed you. Bai Susu, tell me the truth. What are you trying to hide? Her fingers were trembling, and her lips were turning pale. Bai Susu bit her lips. After a long time, under Ning Shu's sharp gaze, she took a deep breath and began to tell the truth. Indeed, Er and I were once close friends. We met 5 years ago. At that time, my family was in dire straits. We couldn't even gather enough money to buy half of the medicine for my parents. At the age of 14, I sold some of my own sewing needlework in Shuwei City to eke out a living. It was there that I met the 11-year-old heir, who had been kicked out by her father to sell flowers. She was a good girl. I could not bring myself to set up a stall in the beginning, and often I could not even sell a pair of shawls in the evening. It was who carried her little basket of flowers and shouted loudly for me along the street. Although the circumstances of our families were different, in the end, we were in the same boat, so we gradually became the best of sisters. She knew that my parents were seriously ill and needed money. She often risked being scolded and beaten by her father to secretly give me some copper coins. I am very grateful. However, a cup of water cannot save a burning cart. Later, my parents' illness could not be delayed any longer, so I had no choice but to sell myself to the brothel. A brothel is not a place for a good girl. Wanted to visit me many times, but I rejected her flatly. It was because of this that I gradually lost contact with her. Before I entered the brothel, I only begged her for one thing. Visit my parents occasionally when she was free. Not only did she agree, but she also did a good job. She often brought food to them and talked to them to express her comfort. To be honest, I have to thank her for this. Even if I am to be her slave in the next life, it will be worth it. No wonder Li hurriedly sent by Susu the other day when she heard that she needed the jade hairpin flower. Ning Shu nodded and said, if that's the case, why did you pretend that you were not familiar with her? Bai Susu's snow-white and thin oval face sank. She suddenly sneered, it's just that I didn't expect that such a good girl would snatch away the person I love the most. Do you know that Zhou Yang, who is about to be married to her, was once my childhood sweetheart? I am not an unreasonable person. I know that once I entered the fire pit, I was no longer qualified to be with Big Brother Zhou. As for Big Brother Zhou's future wife, I was envious and jealous, but I also wished her well. However, that person could be anyone. Why did it have to be her? She is my best sister. She clearly knew that he was the one I loved, the one I couldn't let go of, the one thing I couldn't let go of. Before I entered the brothel, I cried for several days and nights, telling her about my feelings for Big Brother Zhou and my reluctance to leave him. If I did not introduce him, they would not have known each other at all. However, I did not expect that after I entered the fire pit, the person I cared about the most would be together behind my back. I only knew about it when they were engaged. Lady Ning, what do you think this is? Is this not betrayal? Chapter 358. Bai Susu began to sob. Her tears were filled with complicated emotions. There were deep sisterly love, endless jealousy, and many other feelings. As a woman herself, it was not hard for Ning Shu to understand her feelings. The more someone cared about them, the harder it would be for them to bear even a little bit of deception. For Susu, fate was already so unfair. Coupled with Zhou Yang and Li Yi's double concealment, how could she bear it when she suddenly found out? Ning Shu slowed down and said, so you want to take revenge on them? Bai Susu denied, I didn't do it. Although I hold a grudge against them, I'm not that vicious. Since you found out about me, you must already know about my background. There's no need for me to hide it anymore. The source of my family's tragedy can be said to be that bastard. I did want to kill him. That night, I even prepared the golden hairpin to stab him to death. I wanted to kill him when he wasn't paying attention. But that bastard was too alert. He noticed that I put my hand under the pillow and slapped me. He even kicked me a few times before pushing the door open and leaving. Since he sensed your intention to kill, why didn't he send someone to arrest you? Because I secretly added some drugs to his wine. After drinking it, he became delirious. After he left my room, I was very nervous. I was afraid that he would bring people in to kill me at any time. I thought that when the effects of the drug wore off, it would be the time of my death. I spent the whole night in fear. I didn't expect to hear that he was the first to be killed the next morning. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat. So the bone-softening powder in his wine was added by you? Bai Susu's expression was particularly blank. What bone-softening powder? I added a knockout drug, the most common kind. Sometimes, there will be some difficult guests in the brothel. In order to protect ourselves, we will prepare some. You can ask the sisters in the brothel. As for the bone-softening powder, isn't it a rare thing that only exists in the legends? How can a lowly brothel worker like me get it? Ning Shu asked, when the envoy left your room, didn't you follow him to take a look? Susu said. When the matter was exposed, I was scared out of my wits. I thought my death was certain, so I didn't have the courage to follow. Ning Shu's eyes turned. Then when Zhou Yang went upstairs that night, did you notice anything unusual about him? Susu's face was full of bitterness. At that time, I was thinking that the envoy was about to return. That was my last chance to kill him, so I definitely couldn't miss it. When Zhou Yang came up, I didn't notice it at first. It was only when eldest young Master Tan ordered him to withdraw that I noticed it was him. What did you do after that? At that time, I had already heard that something had happened to I saw that there was something wrong with his eyes and had a premonition in my heart. I guessed that he might want to take revenge. Although he and betrayed me, but also suffered such a thing, and the resentment in my heart also disappeared. As for me, I still couldn't bear to part with him. Anyway, I was going to die, so I didn't want to see them being lovey-dovey on the road to the netherworld. So I used the excuse of tidying up my makeup to chase after him and persuade him. I thought I had already dispelled his thoughts, but I didn't expect that he still insisted on doing it. After hearing this, Ning Shu briefly fell into thought. Looking at the thin but resilient woman kneeling in front of her, she pursed her lips and reminded her, other than that, do you have anything else to say? Let me remind you, if you still insist on hiding something, according to the law, you will be exiled outside the pass and will not be able to enter the capital for generations. At that time, your parents will really be dead. I know. Susu lowered her teary eyes and answered with difficulty. She twisted her fingers and thought for a long time. Suddenly, she said, I remember. That night, after the envoy left my room, because he was afraid of me, I collapsed on the ground. Through the door, I faintly heard him say, it's you. Chapter 359. This it's you, which paw is it referring to? Shi Yan and Hui Mo squatted on the ground, one on the left and one on the right. Ning Shu lowered her head and said, I don't know. According to Susu, she didn't have time to open the door to see. She only vaguely heard the words and then the footsteps of the envoy went away. At that time, Susu just had bad intentions, so the envoy was more vigilant than usual. What's more, he didn't say, it's you, or, what are you doing here? Instead, he said, it's you. With such a tone, either the other party is deeply trusted by the envoy, or the envoy doesn't think the other party is a threat at all. Shi Yan turned the wooden stick in his hand and said, didn't her maid see anything when she went upstairs? It was almost midnight when the envoy came out of her room. About 15 minutes later, her maidservant was waiting outside the door with a basin of water. When she heard Susu crying inside, she went in. At midnight, all the lights on the third floor went out. Both the master and maidservant thought the envoy had left. They didn't expect him to die on the balcony not far away. Shi Yan turned it for a while and felt that it was hot. He quickly threw it to Hui Mo. Hui Mo glared at him with resentment. Since he couldn't win, he had to bear the burden without complaint. Tan Siwei said, did she tell you who the man in brocade clothes who sent her home last August was? Where did the money for her parents' treatment come from? Ruan Chang'an, the fool. Ning Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she mentioned the playboy who ruined the whole family by himself. Ruan Chang'an was obsessed with Susu last year. He spent all kinds of gold, silver, jewelry, ancient books, calligraphy and painting on her as if they didn't cost anything. The brothel keeper made a lot of money and promoted Susu to the position of one of the 4 pillars of the brothel. But Ruan Chang'an's novelty came and went quickly. Within 2 months, he changed to a new courtesan. Ruan Chang'an had been sent to the frontier a month ago. The case of the envoy had nothing to do with him. Guillermo stared at the thing on the stick and asked curiously, "Do you think Susu is telling the truth this time? Could it be that he's still tricking us?" Ning Shu crossed her arms in front of her chest and said, "I don't fully believe it. For now, we have to be cautious about what we say to each of them. However, I have a hunch that the possibility of an acquaintance committing the crime is very high." Guillermo nodded. "Oh." Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and asked, "And then?" Guillermo licked his lips and waved his hand. He continued to stare at the front attentively. "Wait a moment, it will be done soon." Shi Yan rubbed her hands and nodded repeatedly. The corner of Ning Shu's mouth twitched. She couldn't take it anymore and slapped both of them. "Wait for what? Wait for what? The case is already in full swing. We haven't found out what happened on the 7th of May yet. Instead of helping Heaven's Inquisition, you two are still in the mood to roast chicken? Do you want to die? Do you want to die?" Huema held the chicken that was sacrificed for Bai Susu. He covered the back of his head and said with conviction, "Isn't it because I don't want to waste it? Since it's already been sacrificed, it would be a waste not to eat it." "Wait a minute. It was already cooked. Wait for us to eat it and then go immediately." Yes, it's already roasted. It's not too late to go after eating it." Shi Yan smiled flatteringly and was about to stuff the crispy and fragrant chicken wing into his mouth when Ning Shu snatched it away. Ning Shu raised the corner of her mouth and sneered. "Don't worry, I will be responsible for eating it up. I promise not to waste it at all. As for you two, if I count to 3 and you are still hanging around in front of me, don't blame me for doing something terrible," she said and pulled out a long iron rod from behind her. It was used by the Supreme Court for punishment. 1. 2. Huimo and Shi Yan's 4 eyes were wide open. Huimo and Shi Yan roared with grief and indignation, "Inhumane! Miss Ning, we will remember you." He ran out like a wisp of smoke. Finally, after dealing with the 2 naughty kids, Ning Shu threw the rod aside and happily tore off a fat chicken leg and gave it to Tan Siwei. "Xiao Qing, try it. It seems to be cooked well." Tan Siwei seemed to be in a daze because of the fatigue from staying up late. When he heard Ning Shu calling him, he was flattered. "Okay. Thank you very much." He took the chicken leg and took small bites. He looked at Ning Shu's side profile and soon fell into a daze again. Chapter 360. Nanping Prince's Mansion. As soon as she sat down, Ning Shu unceremoniously gulped down a large cup of water. She put down the empty teacup and said to Xiao Qing, "So Li Yi, her strange behavior that night can be explained." She went to kneel to the double-faced Buddha because she felt that she had stolen her sister's sweetheart and suffered retribution. So she went to the Buddha to repent and beg for forgiveness. "But there's still one question I haven't figured out. I've checked the map and found that Li Yi's family lived in Kongping Square near Shui City. But she met the envoy in Shi City and was harassed by the envoy all the way. Finally, she was found in an alley near Kongping Square with disheveled clothes. It's reasonable to say that the distance between Shi City and Kongping Square isn't close. Didn't she meet anyone who helped her along the way? Even if the passers-by didn't want to meddle in other people's business, why didn't anyone find her when there were so many neighbors near Kongping Square?" Xiao Qing casually threw a handkerchief to her and said, "I'm afraid we'll have to wait until the 7th of May for all the details to be solved." Ning Shu took the handkerchief and wiped the sweat off her forehead. She nodded and said, "Yes, now we just have to wait for news from Tianwen and the others. Everyone the envoy met after entering the capital is here." Jiu Si carried a large pile of files to Ning Shu. How did your highness know I wanted these? Ning Shu looked at the small mountain in front of her and couldn't hide her surprise. She had just stepped into Nanping Prince's mansion and mentioned to Xiahou Qing that it might be an acquaintance who committed the crime. In the blink of an eye, Jiu Si had already brought the information she wanted. Jiu Si said, "The Shitsi ordered us to prepare the information of everyone related to this case in advance, in case Miss Ning needs it." Ning Shu's eyes flashed and she looked at Xiahou Qing. "What else is there?" she asked. Jiu Si said, "In the month since the envoy entered the capital, we've investigated who she met, where she visited, and what she did. Most of the information has been sent to the prince's mansion, but a small part is still being collected. As for Bai Susu's family background, it was Tianwen who reported it to the crown prince. The crown prince spent the night analyzing it before presenting it to Miss Ning." Xiahou Qing frowned. "Jussi, you talk too much. Back off. I know my mistake." Jiu Si shut his mouth, admitted his mistake, and retreated. For the time being, only Ning Shu and Xiahou Qing were left in the hall, along with the small mountain of files between them. Looking at Xiahou Qing, who was dressed in a jade-green robe and had long black hair, Ning Shu took a light breath. Her eyes sparkled as she said softly, "Your Highness, you can't." After she finished speaking, she noticed that Xiahou Qing's eyebrows moved slightly. Only then did she realize that her words were ambiguous. She hurriedly coughed lightly and said, "I didn't mean that your highness isn't good in that aspect. Ahem. What I meant was, your highness, you've done so many things in secret, yet you didn't say a single word. If I didn't happen to ask you today, I wouldn't have known. This won't do." Xiahou Qing said indifferently, "It's just a small matter. What's the point of mentioning it?" Ning Shu said seriously, "Who said it's a small matter? Perhaps it's nothing to those who don't care about it, but to those who care, even if it's really insignificant, it has a profound meaning. When you're thirsty, a drop of water can be a life-saving fountain. When you're exhausted, a thin branch handed over is also extremely important." Xiahou Qing slowly twisted the bone in his palm. "Then, do you care?" His slightly raised tone seemed to have a small hook hidden in it. With a light hook, half of Ning Shu's soul was hooked away. The heat on her cheeks slowly rose. Ning Shu was unwilling to admit defeat. She forced herself to answer, "Of course." Xiahou Qing's face exuded a rare tenderness. He said slowly as if he was coaxing a child, "You can be fierce. I'll listen to you." Not good, the other half of Ning Shu's soul was so easily hooked away. She licked her lips and tried to suppress the itch in her heart. At the same time, she secretly said in her heart, wait until I safely celebrate my 17th birthday. That will be the day when I, Ning Shu, will subdue you." Tianwen, who was hiding behind the window and peeking, saw this and his eyes lit up. With a subverted expression, he awkwardly imitated Shi Yan's hometown dialect and said, "My dear mother, Shi Ziyi is actually a paer." He was still immersed in the gossip when a golden bead shot over like a gust of wind and hit his head, knocking him down from the window. He cried out in pain and was picked up by Jussi and thrown into the unknown hole. Xiahou Qing's cold voice floated over. "What exactly happened on the 7th day of the 5th lunar month? Why don't you tell me everything you found out?" Tianwen covered his sore buttocks and was caught red-handed by his master. He lowered his eyebrows and honestly said, "I basically found out what happened that day." Chapter 361. Tianwen told the truth. The first half is similar to what Zhou Xiang and Susu said. That night, after Li Yi gave Susu the jade hairpin flower, she bumped into Zhou Xiang. The two of them hung around Chaobai River for a while. After that, Zhou Xiang was called back by the boss, and Li Yi went home alone. On the way, she bumped into the drunk envoy. Li Yi struggled hard, but the envoy kept pestering her. This scene was seen by Boss Qian, but he recognized the envoy's identity. He didn't dare to intervene and left quietly. Li Yi ran away at one point, but the envoy brought guards that night. Li Yi couldn't escape and was trapped in the White Horse Alley not far from the West Market. Ning Shu slightly frowned. You mean, Li Yi was humiliated in the White Horse Alley? Tianwen nodded. It should be. I knocked on the door of every household along the White Horse Alley. Several households said that they heard a woman scream that night. But when they came out to check the situation, they were blocked by a few fierce-looking people dressed in the Southern Yan Kingdom's uniform. They even threatened to chop off the head of anyone who dared to intervene, so no one dared to intervene. That's not right. If Li Yi was humiliated in the White Horse Alley, the envoy should have left her alone after he succeeded. It's impossible for him to be so kind as to take her home. If Li Yi walked home step by step after she regained consciousness, it's impossible for her to allow her clothes to remain disheveled. There's something wrong with this logic. Ning Shu lowered her eyes and fell into deep thought. She said, apart from that, did the witnesses in the White Horse Alley hear or see anything else? There were dogs of the Southern Yan Kingdom blocking the door, so they couldn't see anything. But then they heard a young man's voice, claiming to be the young master of some family. Then there was a dispute. The young master should have been scared away by the envoy's arrogance. Li Yi couldn't escape from the envoy's claws. When those bastards from the Southern Yan Kingdom left, an auntie mustered up her courage and opened the door to see which family's young lady was suffering and whether she needed help. A carriage rushed over and took the young lady away. Which family's carriage? That I don't know. After all, no one would stick a big surname on their carriage as soon as they leave the house. However, auntie said that the carriage was tall and big, and she could tell at a glance that it was rich. She poked her head out to take a look, but she was frightened by the stares of the people who got out of the car. The next day, Li Yi was found to have fainted by the river and her undergarment was far away. It was similar to what Ning Shu knew. The doubt in her eyes deepened. She really did not understand what kind of role this young master who suddenly appeared would play in Li Yi's matter and even in this case. At the side, Xiahou Qing pondered for a moment and said, when will the carriage appear? Heaven's Inquisition said, Auntie said that it should be around 9 o'clock. Xiahou Qing called out to Ning Shu. He stood up and said, let's go to Yongchengwei. Ning Shu was somewhat puzzled. Xiahou Qing patiently explained, Xi's city has always been the most lively in the western part of the city. It is also the place where conflicts and hidden dangers are most likely to arise. Yongchengwei will definitely patrol the vicinity of Xi's city every night. If I remember correctly, their patrol route at 9 o'clock happens to pass by White Horse Lane. A tall and big carriage walking in the silent night will definitely attract the attention of Yongchengwei. Therefore, if you want to know which carriage it is very simple to find Yongchengwei and ask. Ning Shu's eyes lit up. Good, good, good. Let's go immediately. Ning Shu excitedly followed Xiahou Qing all the way to Yongchengwei. It had to be said that Xiahou Qing was simply a signature weapon that was necessary to solve a case. As long as he showed his face, all the doors would happily open for him, saving Ning Shu a lot of trouble. Ning Shu was still lamenting that His Highness the Crown Prince's face was really good-looking. No matter who she left, she could not leave Xiahou Qing. She did not expect an unexpected answer that almost made her stunned. What did you say? She asked again in disbelief. She almost doubted her ears. The Imperial bodyguard on duty that night looked at her suspiciously. It seemed that he wanted to say that Miss Ning did not hear him clearly even though his voice was so loud. There were no rumors about her hearing in her prime. However, even if he did not give face to the monk, he still patiently repeated, "I said, that night at 9 o'clock, there was indeed a carriage passing by White Horse Lane." After we asked, the other side took out the token of the Prime Minister's residence. The one sitting inside was the Prime Minister's residence's young master. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.